Justin Thomas now driving. Four, please. Jordan Spieth now driving.
hold. You carry that momentum over to a par 5 second, and then you start to think, hey, maybe I can get something going today. And Jordan's going to have that opportunity. He's going to have a good look at one here in a moment. These two yesterday did not take advantage of the soft conditions. They were under par. Thomas was 70, Spieth was 71, but they got lapped by the likes of Reed with 67, and then those 365s by McIlroy, Fowler, and Rahm.
Yeah, the softer conditions on the green really took the fire out of the surface, so that's why we saw so many chip-ins, because it gave them players a boost of confidence, because normally if you know in the back of your mind there's a run out on these chip shots and you get it a little bit wrong, as you've seen, you can run out 12 feet plus. So that was what made it so, just that receptiveness gave them the confidence to give it a go, get the right spin and pop it in.
That's the way you start.
Yeah. And he thinks, well, that was easy. Why haven't I been doing that for the last 54 holes?
Well, he did it the first 18.
It's true.
Reed and McIlroy. You're going to hear a lot about their singles match in the leadoff position at Hazeltine in 2016. A match in which Reed prevailed on the final hole, 1 up. He will begin the day 3 shots ahead. Yes, history is about to be made. By whom, we'll find out.
It's a stage that defines careers. The last 3 Augusta champions were all first-time winners of a major. That's a script Rickie Fowler could follow today. So too could Jon Rahm, who would like to write his own storybook finish and give Spain back-to-back green jackets. And then there is Patrick Reed. Fiery and passionate, and paired with his Ryder Cup opponent, Rory McIlroy. Together they produce one of the most explosive singles matches in history. For McIlroy, it's more than just a duel. He could become a part of the most exclusive club in the game. Sarazen, Hogan, Player, Nicklaus, and Woods, the only ones to win all 4 majors. Rory is just a green jacket away. We're at the intersection of fate and destiny in the final round of the Masters. From the Augusta National Golf Club in Augusta, Georgia, CBS Sports so proudly presents the Masters. It's cold, it's in the 50s, but you can feel the heat, there's no question about it. There could be, I guess you could say, monumental history if it's Rory McIlroy's day. We are talking about a once-in-a-half-century kind of an achievement. Tiger, the last to complete the career Grand Slam, and that was 18 years ago at St. Andrews. Before that, it was Jack finishing off his career slam, the first time around on the cycle, in 1966. So that's one in the last 51 years, and that's what McIlroy's going for today. And of course, you got Patrick Reed trying to take his career to a whole new level. This is Doug Ghim, the amateur, at the 18th, and he holds it. And his father, Jeff, there with a hug and a kiss. And that closes out just an unforgettable week. He made Eagle 2 on that hole on Thursday. And today he holds a bunker shot for birdie. So here it is one more time. His father would caddy for him in the U.S. Amateur at Riviera when Doc Redman won on the win on the 37th hole. But Gim, a senior at the University of Texas, he let everyone know at the start on Thursday that he meant business. He'd already made one eagle in that opening round, and he got a second at the 18th.
Let's go to the 14th.
And here's Tiger from 138. Back center hole location. Taking it left, but it's going to go too far left. And that will get stuck up there and not catch the slope and go back down, which is what he intended to do. And a look at the featured pairings: Justin Thomas and Jordan Spieth, PGA champion and winner of the Open Championship. Then you got Bubba and Mark Leishman. Henrik Stenson, Tommy Fleetwood, who had an outstanding Saturday. Ricky Fowler, John Rahm. Ricky in the next to last pairing for the second consecutive year at the Masters. And then Patrick Reed and Rory McIlroy.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Butler Cabin and this tradition unlike any other, the Masters on CBS. You know how I feel about it, and you do too. This is Christmas for me. The last day of the Masters and so many great storylines. Before we get to the players, let's talk about the conditions. It was 53 degrees here at the top of the hour, 2 o'clock Eastern time. I mean, that's one of the coldest final rounds we've ever seen around here.
I was trying to make more out of it, I think, than what the scoring is showing. I thought cold temperatures, you know, the golf ball sits there for a couple of minutes on the fairway, it's cold, and it's all about distance control to its nth degree here. But they're not, forget that. Okay. They're doing absolutely fine.
Well, Patrick Reed, will he do fine today in this position with a 3-shot lead, and McIlroy? Eyeball for eyeball. There they are going back and forth. They've tangled before.
Well, they've tangled in the Ryder Cup. That's where we're bringing all this adrenaline.
Pretty intense stage there, too.
That was the most intense I've ever seen in my life, the faces from when they hold those putts. So Patrick loves that. He wants that Ryder Cup. He's saying, I'm really looking forward to playing with Rory. He wants that intensity. Rory, on the other hand, is saying, well, I don't think there's going to be much chit-chat going along. He's going to just do his own thing.
And how about the players behind them, the likes of Fowler and Rahm? We've already seen Thomas, and then Spieth with an opening hole birdie. The biggest comeback ever in the final round was 8 shots, 1956, Jackie Burke to win. Could we see anything like that today?
Well, I think they may be looking at Rory's score, 11 under, and start thinking, if I could just get to Rory first, and then hope that Patrick comes back. He's got to come backwards to give them some real help. So, yes, it is doable. It is possible. I know you put my own description, head down, blinkers on. I wanted to get to that 9th hole, gaining 3 shots on Greg, because I knew 3 shots is nothing on the second night at the Masters.
You were pretty good at that, by the way.
I worked
with the blinders on. And it, of course, earned you 3 visits down to the cabin to be recognized as the champion. And let's go to a 4-time winner who's playing the 14th.
And he's taken a long time to look at this Tiger in red figures for the round. 1 under after birdie at 13. "45 feet away." Look at that. Catch the slope, and that's just an excellent effort. This huge green at 14. Largest green on the course. Accessible hole location today.
This is over at the 2nd hole, down on the left side, where Justin Thomas pulled his tee shot. It bounced down the hill to there. He's got it back in the fairway. Well played. It's so easy to get it down there. Pine straw all the way down the left side if you do get it left of the fairway in the 2nd cut. So a little clean up. Up ahead at the green. Dustin Johnson is 4 under par, putting for birdie. For #1 in the world, he sort of came in here this week a little under the radar because there were so many storylines from the players biting at his heels behind him in the rankings. Back to 1.
And Bubba Watson. You saw the golf ball of Mark Leishman short of the green in 2. And Bubba coming up a little shy of that one. Bubba's gotten better every day. 73, 69, 68. And we go back to the second hole.
Way back down at the bottom of the hill, up to the top where Jordan Spieth is firing his second, 3-wood from 283 yards. Tiger did make his tap back at 14. Oh, wonderful effort. Will it have enough momentum to gather around that slope? Here it comes. Keep gathering down. The further down it gets, the easier the next putt. Well done for the Masters champion. He needs to really get it going, that's for sure, if he's going to have a chance. We go back to the first.
Henrik Stenson has been introduced, and here he goes, the 2016 Open champion. He turned 42 on Thursday, opening round of the tournament. Came out with a 300 par 69, followed by 70 and 70. Bubba ready to step in for his birdie bid. He begins the day 8 behind.
Oh, good Bubba. Wearing some fabulous shoes, all part of the Azalea regalia. Look at those.
Over to 2.
What are you thinking of doing? Just aiming up the middle and just
I'm kind of aiming at that camera tower and just kind of let
let the wind go?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Your shot, boy.
Voice of Jimmy Johnson on the bag there with Justin Thomas. Start it at the television tower in the center of the green there, behind the green, and feed it in from left to right. Just didn't get the fade. That is going to be a difficult putt from way over there. Spieth has a chance for eagle though.
Patrick Reed, what a putting display he has shown us this week. And McIlroy again, 240 tee time. And both of them went to the press room following their third round and had this to say about expectations.
It won't be quite as intense as that Ryder Cup match, I don't think. I think we'll both obviously still be feeling it. It's the last round of a major championship, and we're both going for, you know, Patrick's going for his first, and I'm going for something else, and it's going to be good fun.
I'm not out there to play Rory. I'm out there to play the golf course. You know, and at the end of the day, you know, if I go out and I feel pleased with how I play, then, you know, it should be, you know, an enjoyable Sunday night. But, you know, really, I'm just going to go out there and enjoy the day, go out and play some golf, and, you know, hopefully go out and, you know, shoot another round in the 60s.
And McIlroy is making his way from the tournament practice facility. What do you think of the psychology? What did you hear from those two? We heard a very confident McIlroy in his interview yesterday with Amanda. Nick?
Well, Jim, yes, they both really had a little bit of sporting gamesmanship when Rory reminded that Patrick's got to sleep on the lead. And then Patrick reminded Rory he's going for the Grand Slam. So I think there was a little bit of a very clever, subtle dig in the ribs.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that myself. And now Ricky, all smiles, making his way to the first tee. Let's go to 15.
On the tee, Tiger Woods. A par, a birdie, and a bogey through the first 3 rounds. That works its way back into the fairway, and we have a great angle at this middle front hole location. Let's go back to 2.
Long, long putt, difficult to read from way over here on the left side of the green. But these guys practice it. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they come out. They know pretty much where the flags have been placed in years past. This one, Nick, is definitely a traditional Sunday hole location.
Most definitely is. This is always day 4, final round, tucked way round the corner, and Patrick's probably looking a minimum of 20 feet left to right.
Almost up to the fringe.
Yeah. And he's got to keep it that high. We're probably pretty close, say 25 feet to go.
Yes. Yes, all the way up
Yeah.
here, almost to the little finger into the bunker on the left side there of your screen.
Those 2 patrons in the white caps down there, just short of them. Keep it high to there, and then you watch it snap slice rather.
He would have loved to have had this for eagle rather than birdie. 2 putts would be fantastic. It's 75 feet. But because of the severity of the break, it'll probably travel about 100 on the curve. Should pick up speed there. Wonderful touch. Superb effort. We'll be happy with that. Get it down there into a little low stress distance as we go back to 1.
Here's Stenson. He's the only player in the final 3 pairings not in his 20s. Again, turned 42 on Thursday. Fine shot. Rahm meditating.
Yeah, visualizing. Probably you can play up the first couple of holes very quickly in your mind. How you want to shape this tee shot. Calm, be taking all your senses, calm your heart rate down, your breathing.
Now Spieth at 2.
This would be a great way to start. Looks like a birdie start though. That one left for his 4. What he would have given for that on Friday when he started 6-6 with the lead. Held the lead with a 66 overnight on Thursday night. The 9th time Jordan Spieth had held or tied for the lead in just his 5 times here at the Masters. There's definitely some scores out there, Nick. There's scores are out there that we've seen it obviously with Phil, and I know a lot of the guys playing a lot earlier, a little less stress, but still, it's there.
I agree. Yeah, I would really thought the colder temperatures were going to really affect the greens, but this is what you have to do in your professional golf. You have to learn to adapt very quickly.
And it would be hard to find a player with a higher IQ, golfing IQ, I call it, as Jordan Spieth has shown us in his young career at just 24 years of age. Wonderful thinker. Oh, the beautiful 15th.
Beautiful and beguiling. Tiger now well positioned after a drive of 301. This from 223. Trying to hoist it high in the air. And that is nicely done. That might catch the slope and funnel a little closer to the hole. Missed his eagle putt at 13. Has another one here at 15. Let's go back to 10.
Paul Casey is 3 under for the round. Recent winner in Tampa. Oh. He was able to hold off Patrick Reed to win that event last month. 13.
And Webb Simpson, hottest man on the golf course at 5 under par. What could be an eagle at the 13th. Picks up pace, now starts to flatten out. Heard his caddy say great putt. Absolutely it was. Just shows you what's out there today, the potential for big things to happen at the 13th. And let's go back to the first.
Toby Wilt about to make the introduction.
Good luck to both of you.
Good day, guys.
Mr. Wilt from Nashville, Tennessee.
4, please. Ricky Fowler on the tee.
For the second straight year, he finds himself in this pairing. Last year he shot 76 in this spot.
Well, that's the only way you learn, Jim, unfortunately. They have just... Oh, no, it's going to come up short of the bunker. That's a huge help.
4, please. John Rahm now driving.
He's an emotional player, John Rahm. You might remember, Nick, last year we watched him make triple bogey 7 on the 72nd hole last year. Not that he was like right in the thick of it where it was going to cost him a jacket or anything, but he was so emotional. He was in tears walking off the green. He's long sought, if you can say long for a 23-year-old. This has been the dream, this tournament.
Well, just 44 events old as a professional. Yep, drawing on the inspiration of course, our great friend Seve Ballesteros, Jose Maria Lazabal, and Sergio Garcia as champions.
He showed him the way. Stay connected to all the tournament action anywhere, anytime. Visit Masters.com. Download the official Masters apps. Follow the Masters on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Some of the headlines here at Augusta National. Patrick Reed become the first player with all 4 rounds in the 60s, but more importantly for him, that first major could be his. Rory, career Grand Slam within reach. And we've shown you already the notables, the 5 legends who have done it before him. Fowler in contention in a major again. 7 top 5 finishes since 2011, and John Rahm hopes to make it back-to-back years for Spain. So an early arrival on the first tee for Patrick Reed, while Rory continues to practice putt for a while longer. Up on the green at 1, we've got Stenson for birdie.
Far more comfortable here this week. And if he could just start with a 3. Henrik in Swedish means Lord of the House. So if he does it about 10 more times, he could well be.
Let's go to 4.
And Justin Rose for a 2. There have been 6 birdies here already. Today, make it 7. Front left hole location today. 15.
Well, the hole at 15, Dottie, is located exactly where it was last year when Sergio made that dramatic eagle. Tiger downhill, very quick, moving to the right. There you have it. A little taste of what might be happening at 15 later in the day. Tiger Woods with an eagle 3. For him, it'll be a little too late, but he will take every possible positive out of this round and out of this week.
Yeah, his goal today, Peter, to get back to level par. So he's on track now. Just wants one more.
You know, I mean, the expectations put on him are always so monumental. Over to 16.
And this is This is Brandon Grace for his 4th in a row. Grace now with birdies at 13, 14, 15, and 16. We go back to 1.
And now McIlroy steps onto the tee. If that was any indication, there's going to be a lot of Rory support out there today, Nick.
No, it most definitely is. I mean, the patrons know on the threshold of greatness, really. I mean, if to be a Grand Slam champion at 28 is quite unbelievable. Consider I've known this lad since he was 12.
First fairway, you've got Fowler, second shot. Fortunate that it didn't roll out another yard. Here's 168.
Little slight uphill lie that shortened his swing, and fortunate to pop up and stay up. Outside chance of holding that, not easy.
Rahm from the left side.
Well, John is hugely talented, can work the ball left to right, right to left, high, low. He'll pick a shot. Needed almost a club more.
To the 3rd.
Jordan Spieth laying up off the tee. 90 yards now on his approach. If you elect to take on the flag, you better be perfect with your yardage control. He's in that little neck way over to the left. Not a bad miss. Back to 2.
And a long eagle putt for Bubba after a drive of 334 yards. Oh, don't go down. Oh, no. He had to putt it through the fringe because of the severity of the break, but that has taken a bad bobble and has finished in the bunker. That's a perfect example of what he had to do there. Where he's standing, he had to get it right on the crown of the edge of the green there to get it anywhere near the hole with his first putt, and it's just bounced to the right. So now he has to get it up and down for par. Amazing. May have considered even chipping there as we go to 16.
Tiger Woods. Hole playing 178, and the whole location traditional for Sunday, and that comes up well short. Back to 3.
We saw Jordan Spieth, his wedge a little bit long, now chipping back down the slope. This is so quick.
Yeah, that's actually okay. That can easily get away from you, Peter, can't it? That little chip shot.
You got to get it past the hole, but not 6 feet by. Back to 2.
Unusual happening there, Nick. Putting it into the bunker.
I agree. I sit there sometimes and think, yes, once again, it's something we've never seen before.
Excellent bunker shot, by the way. Nick, just amazing the complex here of the green and the complexity of the putt that Bubba faced.
He was coming from that middle section and trying to putt it and get a left to right before the right to left, but this is what the players see as they maybe be playing a 3rd shot, but it seems like today they're going to comfortably get down in 2. You see how narrow that slither is, both on the back left corner and down in that front right corner.
So as Patrick Reed and Rory McIlroy prepare to tee off, we'll head back to Jon Rahm here on the green.
It's going to be a long birdie bid for Rahm. Trying to become not only the 2nd straight Spaniard to win here, but to make it 3 straight European winners at Augusta, with it having been Willett and then Sergio. Last two.
Has to feed this left to right, because if it catches that little ridge, it will go right. And he's a little tense. That's what you learn, how to relax and loosen things up, but still have the same intensity.
Okay, we're seconds away from getting this match/round underway for Reed and McIlroy.
4, please. Patrick Reed now driving.
Very sensible choice, 3 wood. He'll aim at the bunker there. No fears of reaching it, and just turn his natural shape draw to the left. Nice. Overcooked it, and that could be stymied out of the gates.
4, please. Rory McIlroy now driving.
It will be slightly different for Rory. He hit the most incredible drive yesterday at 14, hitting it 40 yards past Henrik Stenson. About 310 over the bunker. Wow.
Oh,
it's gone off sideways. Absolutely sideways. That went off at nearly a 45 degrees. That has to be.
That is over in the area where Mickelson made triple to open his round on Saturday.
He's done well for that to be in bounds.
What happened, Nick?
Just dropped it on the inside and left the club face well open. And I was going to say, the most important thing, as you know, me talking about tempo, both of them will rely hugely on their tempos.
We'll have a free swing, not necessarily an open gap, although I may have seen one.
Wow. Well, just watch the club drop underneath. Oh, completely stuck, wasn't it? Couldn't get on top of the ball, couldn't get the right side through correctly. Wow, haven't seen a swing like that all week. It just shows you, doesn't matter how many majors you've won or what you're trying to do, you feel it on the first tee at the Masters.
You saw him pause too on the tee for a moment, as if maybe I should hit a provisional, I believe he was saying, but you see that it's on the Pine Straw. Up on the first green, it's Fowler coming up short, just like Rum. To 6.
Jason Day at the 6th, 1 under. How about that?
It just must be you, Vern. It's your magic.
That hole up on the ledge, the plateau, extremely difficult, and Day with the 2. We go to 2. 1.
Yes. Rom safely getting down in 2 putts.
Yes.
Had to lean on a little extra pressure for that.
That gives you a nice feeling. The
feet.
First putt of the day.
Let's go to 2.
Stenson in the go zone. .260 yards to the hole. And just 230 to the front, but he's blocked it out. He tried to get it in the other side of the bunker and feed it in like Bubba had tried.
Ian, is it fast enough? We'll come back to 2 and talk about that third shot.
But first at 1. 2-putt par for Ricky as well. .16.
Woods off the eagle at 15, but a long way from home here at 16. How about that? Really well done. So a tap in for his par 3. He told Amanda Balionis yesterday, My goal for Sunday is to get to even par. Well, he's got 2 holes in which to accomplish that.
Back at 1, Reed unobstructed, although he may have a little issue with his father, but he can cleanly strike this one.
Well, his club will still hit the tree on his follow through. Maybe even his hands might hit the tree.
This looks like a break.
You're right. This could be a huge break. Big high hook. If he's feeling sensible, he'd try and get it up somewhere hole high to the right there in that lovely little right gully, which would stop the ball. I think, yeah, Patrick's going to whack his hands into the tree. That is not good. That is not the place
to open up the round and maybe injure yourself.
Well, I think this club, I'm trying to kind of close her off here. If it runs up, perfect. If not, basic hit.
Plus, when you force your arms to stop or your hands to stop, the club head goes faster, it will go left. So do you overcompensate, open the club face up even more, or do you miss hit? You're going to wince, or aren't you in preparation for maybe hitting the tree, or maybe you can try and hit his leg?
Kessler Kerrane, his brother-in-law, advising him before he hits this shot. Got a lot on it too, but it's going to go into the bunker.
Well, I think he did it remarkably well. I think that was really good.
Sounded like he may have actually made contact with the tree in his backswing, and then was able to still make clean contact. Now Rory from the right side with a window.
Well, he's had a few breaks this week already, especially yesterday.
Yeah, out of the azalea bushes at 13. Be able to get it back and play and make par.
At the bunker at number 5, hit the most unbelievable shot. This might be. Maybe didn't get there. Where are we looking? Or if he's gone left. They might be together in the bunker, left bunker. I'm not sure at the moment. Looks like the patrons are looking there. Nobody's scurrying to get the better view.
To 2. They're both in the bunker, confirmed.
Now here's where Henrik Stenson finished for his second, and Nick, we're about to mention maybe go 20 or 30 feet long here and bring it back down.
That's the question I wanted to ask you, is do you think it's fast enough to pop it past the flats where Henrik's looking? Is he going to go try a little bit of snooker shot, a little bit of banking?
It could be the safer shot.
Yeah.
No, he's gone that way and tried to spin it. All right.
All right.
He must have had a good lie there. If you're on the upslope, that's a little easier.
Yeah, I agree. That was
over to 11.
And this just a moment ago, Casey hit it left off the tee. Second shot just short. And feast on this. Keep going. Barely made the cut. 5 over on the nose, 69 yesterday, and charging. Just like that, it can change to the opening hole.
It's amazing to see all these shots finding the cup from off the green. So Casey 4 under for the day, and McIlroy and Reed will have each other's company in that greenside bunker.
Well, here's your first little match play situation, isn't it? See who can get up and maybe up and in to win, or
to go one up.
Yeah.
And as well, Nick, if these guys botch up this first hole, there's going to be a lot of sharks smelling blood in the water.
Absolutely.
Playing right ahead of them.
Absolutely. As we know, it's fun for us to pitch this as a little bit of match play, but you have to play one total concentration every single shot, one hole at a time. Uh-oh.
Who's then?
Uh-oh. Fortunately, he knocked the teeth out of it and got it to
finally grab before it was about to tumble down that slope.
Well, put himself under pressure with the tee shot, pulled it a touch, did remarkably well, and that was a little bit of nerves there. So Rory, I would deem as one of the top 10 bunker players in the world, if not higher.
What is it you like about the way he plays his bunker shots, just technically?
It's technical, it's intention. You watch, he will be lining this up. Well, maybe not. He's on the downslope.
Yep.
Wow. So suddenly he has got drama. So maybe the best he can do is something miraculous, even to get it to inside 15 feet. Sand is very abrasive. You have to give it a good thump.
He just lands it on the surface, and he's going to be inside 15 feet.
That was
and inside, maybe right at 5 feet, 6 feet.
Yeah, leaves it on the correct side. So that was really well played. That was awkward. So it could be a moment at the first to gain 1
to 4.
Spieth, his second at the 4th. That's really well played, because just a couple of paces beyond that, it'll filter off the green, down the slope. No control of the ball. Here's one of these guys that could really benefit from a Reed tough start. Now Ricky.
Yeah, with some trouble, Dottie, here at the second. Just tried to draw it off the bunker, and he's right up against that lip. Nick, he's just going to have to splash out with some sort of wedge. I don't think he can go any longer than that.
No, not where he was gesturing that practice swing. He's probably sitting down, just going to chop it out for safety.
Up on the green, Henrik Stenson has this little downhill putt from 5 feet for a birdie start. Jordan Spieth made his par at the par 3 fourth.
So what adds the pressure to these putts is, let's just pop forward to Tiger.
Yes, Tiger has a lovely drive up here. 151 second. Sit there. That's the ideal place. It's such a short-sided hole location there, but if you're right of the hole, you can make birdie. It's a tough pin.
I was going to add, Ian, that when you get an opportunity, that adds the pressure, because you know you've just got to take it, got to make this.
So hard to hit it far enough out to allow for the break. Back to 1.
All right, Reed, this is a par putt from the back edge.
It's still gonna, that's 4 feet just inside, but just wants to make sure he pops that in.
To 2.
Open the face of the club here and catch it with an open face. Fade it. Safe play. Very sensible. Just down there in the crossing sign, leave him a good full shot in for the 3rd so he can control the spin.
McIlroy at 1 for his par. After that tee shot, to put a 4 on the card, that's huge.
That's unbelievable. That could have been lost ball.
Back to 2.
What a huge 4 that was for Rory. Jon Rahm's hit a huge drive down here, about 340 and 228 to the hole. Got it feed onto the green enough. It's pretty close to where Bubba putted into the bunker from. But it is an eagle putt for Rahm. They're all getting off to a good start, but this guy.
Yeah, and to have to stand over this just to make a 5.
Patrick's pulling his sleeves up higher and higher.
Okay, he's got a bogey. And the lead now 2. But Reed, the last 2 rounds, has made 14 total birdies, along with 2 eagles. Here is the second hole, the par 5.
They make their way over to Pink Dogwood, and what a beautiful hole it is. Just draw it off the left edge of that bunker and try and get some roll down the hill like Jon Rahm just did, around 360 from the tee. And you look down into this beautiful valley with the green guarded with the 2 gaping bunkers, and today's hole location just over the bunker on the right. If you can get a good drive away, feed your shot into the center of the green and hopefully run it down towards the hole. Definitely an eagle chance, and everyone in the field is looking for birdie here today. Great start for Rory there, Nick, and also a good feeling for him to see how Patrick Reed was struggling a little. You know, you get a little bit of an extra feeling of, okay, I'm feeling okay, but he's not.
I agree. Now, Rory has such incredible speed, he could fly the bunker.
Oh, what a great view. Has only made 1 birdie in the first 3 rounds here. High towering drive. Yes, he's flown it to the downslope. Awesome. That's a good angle in too, with just an iron left. Par 5 scoring average. Wow, you'd think at 3.92 you'd be leading. More than 1 shot better than par average. Rory at 4.33 this week. You have to take advantage of the par 5s around Augusta National.
Patrick has to keep this smooth. Can't force it to keep up with Rory.
Holding the finish. Is it heading down the center? Yes.
Oh, did well to miss the bunker by a yard.
Little fortunate. That's why he was looking at it for so long, so intensely, Nick.
Was waiting for it to draw, and I think it was dead straight.
I think he might have had a little prayer in there. Please draw. And they're both in great shape. Up to the 5th.
And Jordan. And tell us about what this whole location brings into play, Nick.
Fear. It's 4 paces from back edge, just cannot go long. We'll carry up over the famous mounds in the middle of the green.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
As I said, fear. Or no fear.
Yeah.
Or fearless.
I was looking for the fear.
That was fearless.
Fearless. And 1.5 feet away for Spieth to get to 3 under for the round and 8 under for the tournament. Let's go back to the second.
Halfway back up the hill is Ricky Fowler.
Right over the cut of green.
Joe Skovron, his caddy.
Perfect. Perfect. You're trying to land at 30, so what kind of shot are you hitting with this club? I think with a wedge is close to that, it's going to be lower. It's not going to get healthy. I'm with you. Yeah.
Joe's a very good golfer himself. Good man on the bag.
Always good when the caddy asks the player what he wants to do, then he makes the player paint the pictures in his own mind exactly what the shot he wants.
Oh, too much spin. He didn't get the first bounce forwards.
Well, I was going to say, he almost needed to land it hole high, maybe 2 yards short of hole high, but at least 20 feet left, and that would have fed down.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that one. Now, Tiger hit a beautiful second here at 17. Very makeable, can be quite aggressive with this one. Well, if he can par the last, he'll have reached his goal of last night when he said even par would be good. I think seeing Phil Mickelson shoot a good score today sort of spurred him on towards the end. Patrick Reed, after the bogey at the first, is at 13 under. Rory really saved another good par there to stay at 11. And we've seen some good scores so far today. And some good ones out on course. Paul Casey's 5 under, Webb Simpson 6, so there's scores to be had as we head to the 5th.
Now Justin Thomas playing with Spieth, and so Jordan take that aim. Oh, another beauty.
Did I tell you how easy that hole location is?
I think you did.
Yeah. No problem at all.
To 3.
Flowering Peach. The hole cut way over to the left today, and most of the players electing to lay up off the tee. Henrik Stenson. All right, 119 yards. Something toward that camera tower just right of the hole gives him a little more depth in the green to work with. Cut off follow through, try to put a little extra spin on it. That's not bad. It'll be a quick little putt or chip, whichever he chooses, but it's doable. Let's go back to 2.
And that's what the players here in the final pairing. McIlroy waiting on the left, Patrick Reed checking his yardage, what to do as we go to Jon Rahm and his eagle putt. This is more what I thought Bubba would have done in that situation, Nick, where he's aiming way left and going to use this slope to go right.
Well, we know it's guaranteed to come down.
Gravity. Don't take your eyes off this guy for too long. I think he is a very special talent. Tap this one in to be 5 under on this second hole this week. 1 eagle, 3 birdies. Number 3 in the world, just behind Justin Thomas and Dustin Johnson. And at 9 under par, he's only 4 behind. And he knows he can do it. He's got that special talent. And what a special place this is. Just a moment ago, this was Ricky Fowler for birdie. All about the pace here. Just got to let it feed in from the left. Not bad. Did go on and make that putt for par. So Ricky even through 2. Now Patrick Reed, second with an iron. 223 to the front, 251 to the hole. Oh, front left bunker. Just didn't cover. Wasn't far off the line. They try and bring it in from that side, but just needed to cover the bunker.
All right, over at 3 now. Absolutely have to have clean contact here. Henrik electing to chip it. Just barely carry it on the green, and gravity will take the rest. Nicely done. Back to 2.
Rory from an absolutely perfect position and a huge drive down here, 371 yards. Can loft a nice high mid-iron from 210. Oh yes, that's what he needed. Looking to become the first European golfer to win the Grand Slam and just the 6th ever. And he needed a start like this. Brilliant save for par at the first. And then some McIlroy brilliance here at the second. And the popular figure of Rory McIlroy. Doesn't matter where you're from. He is one of the most popular players in the world of golf. As we head to Tiger at 18.
Yeah, his final hole. He's worked it all the way back to even. He was hoping for about a yard or two less off of that to bring it down to hole level. 2 putts for 68. Let's go to 15.
After laying up with the second shot, a pitch to here. This putt to go to 7 under par for the day. Webb Simpson. That's great news for Webb. He's 4 under for the tournament, but it's also information for these players chasing our leader.
Well, Jordan Spieth makes birdie. Thomas singed the left edge and ends with a disappointing par, but Jordan off to a fantastic start. 3 under through 5. We go back to 2.
This is a very important bunker shot coming up for Patrick Reed. He doesn't want to relinquish 2 shots here if Rory were to make his putt for 3. But at the same time, just settle down, calm yourself. 1 shot at a time. Has a good lie. Feet fractionally above the ball, but the ball's lying nicely. Well, left foot's a little higher than the right, so he could hit this a bit fat if he doesn't get it right. Not too bad. That was long range, well over 30 yards. And he has an uphill putt for 4.
A moment ago, Tiger coming up the 18th for the first time on a Sunday since 2015. When he teed it up on Thursday, his first round in competition at Augusta in 1,089 days. So we go back to the second.
It appears that Reed is to putt first. He's still outside the second of Rory's.
That'll affect you. Ian, all part of settling down. He's feeling, I promise you, his body and his mind is feeling like it's never felt before. This is a completely different type of pressure trying to win your first major. I mean, you know, this man has already accomplished that 4 times. He's sending the message to Patrick, and I'm fine, mate. I know what I'm doing. I've been here before. No big deal.
Yes, a lot less pressure, I would think. You know what it's like having won 6 majors, 3 Opens and 3 Masters. I only got to do it one time and thought I had a chance a couple of times here at Augusta, but the nerve endings are certainly frayed early, and you're trying to find a feel some days, trying to figure it out. Do I need to do this? Do I need to do that? Don't worry about him, just worry about yourself. So many thoughts going through your mind. And he must be thinking here, boy, I've got to make this. I don't want to lose 2 shots right now.
Absolutely. Would you say that was a tiny bit pulled?
Yeah, I would have, and it's going to be a 5-5 start. And Rory looks like he could go 4-3, and now it's even. See, if he'd hold that one and Rory misses this one, then it's a totally different feeling he goes to the next tee with.
I agree, but he had to do that all on his own. As a, playing what you almost deem as out of turn when you can know your opponent is right there, so that will unsettle Reed, I think, just for a moment. Oh, no. But then again, the script is different. But he's still going to gain one.
He gave it the break that he wanted to give on a soft putt, and he's just hit it too firm. That does snap quickly left there if you go straight. Difficult hole location. Looks innocuous enough, but it's not. 4-4. Would have loved the 3. But there's never been a winner that hasn't had some little missteps along the way. It just happens. It doesn't always go right for you. Calm yourself here. And this little stumble at the start for Patrick Reed gives those behind just that little bit more hope. Well, yes, he has come back. 13's the lead now as they head up the hill to the 3rd.
Jon Rahm now 135 yards for his second. Again, we know the playbook here. Can you execute? Oh, that is brilliant. Really a terrific shot by Jon Rahm. Controls his distance beautifully to 18.
And a moment ago, with his back to the hole,
trying to get under par. Wow.
Yeah, you can
wonder what Tiger was seeing there.
Chastising himself with that. Now, live for the par, for the chance to get in at 288, which he said last night was the goal for the final round.
They pushed the hole location fractionally closer to the front of the green, which means this will hook this putt. He bashes it.
So, Nick, they were maybe just unrealistic expectations now that you look at it. Just such a tremendous start and the comeback with what he did, flirting with a couple of tournaments. But where is he now after what you've seen this week at Augusta?
Well, unfortunately, I agree. He came off some really good play at Bay Hill. But to come here and just too many things were wrong. The driving's not accurate. He struggled with his release and his downswing with short irons. He was mishitting them, maybe a little fat, a little blocky. And then he gets a wake-up call of, wow, look what the leaders are doing. To join them and get in the mix is still a long way off.
To the 3rd.
Laying up with an iron, Rory McIlroy. Nice abbreviated follow through, a little knockdown long iron, and he is well positioned. Up at the green, we saw the terrific shot by Jon Rahm. Needs to hit this putt maybe 3 or 4 inches. That's it. Look out for Jon Rahm. 2 under through the first 3 holes and 10 under for the tournament. This was earlier Ricky Fowler. Seen so many players in that area just over the green. All right, our leader, Patrick Reed. Also laying up. Also well positioned. Ricky Fowler made his par. Let's go to 13.
Paul Casey has birdied 11. He's birdied 12. This to go through Amen Corner in a total of 8 strokes. And does it. Made the cut barely on the number. In fact, played in the first group out yesterday. But how things have changed, the whole texture of this tournament has changed with Patrick Reed not getting off to the start he really wanted. McIlroy and so many others are on the move.
The Masters is sponsored by IBM. Let's put smart to work. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. And by AT&T.
Rory tries to make the modern-day career Grand Slam.
I think it'll be important for him to get into the final pairing.
Rory McIlroy makes 3 at the 8. How about that shot?
Only the greatest have that ability to make something happen when you really need
For
it.
one more, McIlroy with a statement birdie.
That's got to be a sign.
The level of golf has been absolutely superb today.
Maybe it's his time to shine here at the Masters.
Well, he's 28, and Bobby Jones, the co-founder here, was 28 when he had what was then the configuration of the Grand Slam back in 1930.
Rory at 3. Mid-wedge from 129. And that is really an unforced error. That comes all the way down to the bottom of the hill. And now he has his work cut out to make 4. When you start off with a 3-shot lead, mentally I think it's difficult, Nick, to play golf to protect that lead.
Yeah, that swing round, Peter, and have a look at that front corner of the green. It's swinging around from the left-hand side. It's where Tiger got up and down yesterday, but Rory has pulled it back down into this lower section. It's about 8 feet below the green. At its lowest, it's probably a good 6 feet, but the problem Rory has now is that it's only got about 5 paces to work with on a hard right to left breaking chip.
Yeah. Patrick Reed now, 124. And that's where you got to make your mistake, right there. As I was saying, trying to protect the lead is mentally demanding. When you're chasing, it's more physically demanding. You got to pull off the shots. Let's see if Jon Rahm can do it at 4.
232 today, playing 10 yards downhill.
Oh, that's serious problem, Doddy.
That is fast, fast, fast. And not a whole lot of green to work with either. Up to 6.
That's a 2 for Justin Thomas at the par 3 sixth. And he goes to 6 under for the tournament. Let's go to 4.
And Ricky Fowler.
It's in the hole. In the hole.
225 to get it on the proper level.
It's a fantastic shot. I always regarded this as one of the toughest hole locations on the whole golf course.
It actually plays smaller than it looks because the bunkers are so deep, so penal, and it's so slopey around it. To 3.
All right, third shot for Rory. Not much depth to work with, and when the ball is landing on a green that's elevated from where you're hitting it, it's so difficult to put the right amount of spin on the ball. So he's probably got maybe 1.5 feet or 2 feet to land it and control his distance. All right, not as close as he would have liked, but he's putting from the right direction. That is a relatively makeable putt for his par. Forward to 7.
From the second cut, this narrow driving hole. Jordan 3 under through 6 for today. That's in 147.
Well, the only option to get close, Bill, is to try and use the bowl in the middle of the green. He's found it. He's found it.
Should come back down.
What a great
shot. This is terrific. And got better and better. Birdie opportunity coming up for Jordan to get it to 9 under to 4.
Jon Rahm with his bunker shot. He's 3 of 3 this week, getting balls up and in from the bunker. That will be a huge test to go 4 to 4.
No options to go at the flag, Dottie. You know, one bad skip and he'll be off the other side.
Correct. 4 feet left of that hole, and it's really gone. Back to 3.
All right, Patrick Reed. Close enough to the green. He's electing to putt this.
But another one that comes in sideways, Peter.
Yeah, it'll come in. Oh, that's got some speed to it. That's got some speed to it. But he matched the lineup perfectly.
Wow.
Oh, that was dangerous, Nick. That could have gone 8 or 9 feet by.
Absolutely. And talk about swinging punches from the pink corner to the white corner.
I can't imagine
very
he
fortunate.
anticipated making this putt in this manner, but
Yeah.
with Patrick Reed, you never know.
Well, Rory now has to make, otherwise a 2-shot swing.
Well, we're right back to where we started. 14 under par for Patrick Reed, 11 under for Rory McIlroy. 3 holes of tension, all for naught. But I think, Nick, we're in for a roller coaster ride this afternoon.
Absolutely.
At 14, and Paul Casey is having a special day. This to get it to 8 under through 14 holes. He's gone birdie, birdie, eagle, birdie. And now 6 under. Wow. Nick Price and Greg Norman share the 18-hole record here at the Masters 63. Paul Casey has a chance as we go to 4.
And Jon Rahm for par out of the bunker. Just drip it down there. It goes left the entire way until the very last. But you can't charge it, Nick. You can't.
You can't. Anything topside, it's got to be dead weight. Whether you're trying to make it for a trophy, for the jacket, or just for a mere old par.
That's John Rahm with a bogey, still 1 under on the round. Let's go down to Amanda.
Thanks, Dottie, here with Tiger Woods. And Tiger, you told us yesterday that this weekend would be successful if you got it back to even par for the tournament. Mission almost accomplished. So what are your biggest takeaways?
I dribbled on a string today, which was nice. Again, another loose day with irons, and I putted awful today. I had 2 3-putts, 3-putt of 7 from about 6 feet. It was possibly the highest score I could have shot today. So all in all, it was a bittersweet ending.
Perspective, it's something you've been talking about a lot this week. To be able to come back here, play 4 healthy rounds, walking up 18, you had a huge smile on your face. Emotionally, where are you right now in the fact that you're back?
I thoroughly missed it. I missed playing major championships. You know, it's been 2.5, 3 years, whatever it's been, since I've played a major championship, and I normally build my schedules around them. So this was great to be back, be able to play in a major again, to have an opportunity to win the title at the beginning of the week. Obviously, it didn't pan out. I didn't hit my irons good enough. I didn't make enough birdies. And I made too many mistakes. But overall, it was fun to be able to compete again and play in the Masters.
Talking about building your schedule, you've played a lot of golf, 5 of your last 8. How is your body feeling, and how much time off are you going to need before you tee it up again?
Well, I'm going to take a little break for sure. We're going to go back to the gym and start working on things again and start getting a little bit more fit. It felt great to be able to compete out here again, to walk this golf course. You know, the last couple of years I came here, it was just to eat. So this is a much better way to come to Augusta National.
It was great seeing you out here. Thanks. We look forward to seeing you again. Out to 4.
Well, this was just a moment ago. Ricky Fowler for birdie. Early break to the right, flattens out, straightens out. Lacked just speed, but 3 here is beating the average every time you make one. It's the second hardest hole through the first 3 days. Solid start, 5 back. And 232 yards away is Patrick Reed, coming off a 3 at 3. That will not climb up that very steep false front. About 20 feet that are straight uphill from there. And now Rory. That's an answer. So important to have a very quick, short-term, I forget about that, what happened on the last hole.
And at 18, Fred Couples, just a moment ago.
Jim, I loved your show. That was fantastic. The old historic footage of Freddie at college, you guys.
Well, he's a special man, and it's great seeing him competing. It's been a tough year with the back, making the cut at age 58. Something to be proud of, although he's contended on weekends in his 50s. Let's go to 7.
And Jordan unable to take advantage of a great second shot. Expected it to move left, stayed straight. Trying to make a Sunday move and come from way behind. After opening with 66, first round leader, but then 74 and 71 for Jordan. Almost as far away here as he was with his second shot. Let's go over to 15.
Yeah, I feel like that right now. Yeah.
Paul Casey talking with his caddy. 221 yards. Great angle. Staring it down. Oh, and that will stay up. That'll be very nice. We'll have it about 35 feet for eagle. Jordan Spieth did make his putt. Costantino Rocca. There's a name from the past. Let's go back to 5.
Yeah, Rocca was in the pairing with Tiger when he had the win for the ages in '97. Here's Stenson at the 5th. And Stenson at 1 under for the day. To the 4th.
And Patrick Reed, super slow for the first 20 feet of this and then flattens out some. Really the first putt he's had today that has any real big elevation change. See how his feel is. Stenson tapped in for his par ahead. That'll be a little unsettling. Guy whose emotions run that roller coaster so obviously. I do think it's really important, though, Nick, that these two don't look at this as match play. This is very much not just two people with the starts that Fowler's gotten off to, Rahm, Spieth. There's more than just two guys here.
Yeah, they're too smart to know, with it being stroke play and B, Augusta National, that you can't get carried away. If one chips in and you think I've got to follow, that would be very dangerous. And unless it gets right down to the last couple of holes, well, then yes, you would try the impossible.
Sure.
But right now, it's very much you've got to be in control of everything: your game, your emotions, your mind, your intensity.
This could be another two-shot swing just like we had at the last. And even if you're not a leaderboard watcher here, you can't hide from the noise of this golf course. You know exactly where other people are, where the noise is coming from.
See, Patrick's tee shot was okay coming up short. That's the best place to leave it if you're going to miss this target. But he obviously, as we're talking about, he's read every putt so well. So that will probably come as a shock to him that he's misread that first one by 5 feet.
And first time his speed was really not very good either. That's a gutsy 3. McIlroy with a birdie putt to close the margin to 2, but go ahead to 5.
Here's Fowler.
Got to carry at least 20 into the green.
Oh boy.
There it is. That was until Jordan Spieth came along and hit to a foot. That is the absolute no-no. You saw what happened to Tiger when he was in the bushes early in the week. That could be a double.
Yeah, he made double on Friday. Let's go to the 4th.
Rory for a 2 and gets it. That lead is cut to 2. Great bounce back from the bogey at 3. Just top-notch leaderboard. So many players came into this week playing well, and they have certainly not disappointed. And look at the round Paul Casey's playing 8 under with not many holes left to play.
Yeah, he's in record territory. For parents of boys and girls ages 7 to 15, regardless of skill level, Drive Chip and Putt registration is open. Visit drivechipandputt.com, find a local qualifier, and register. Winners and a parent advance to the 2019 National Finals here at Augusta National.
Patrick Reed.
As it's been all week, he runs so hot, so intense. He got it.
He pays it off with an eagle 3.
My goodness.
That's how you play the par 5s on the second 9 at Augusta.
Beautifully played. What a lovely shot.
How about Patrick Reed?
Well, he's 27. He's ranked 24th in the world. He's got 5 wins, one of them a World Golf Championship, another playoff event, which was at Bethpage Black. And here he is off the 5th hole, the resident of Spring, Texas, in the Houston area. And that's just fine. McIlroy at 5 had the honor. Also 3-wood.
Just trying to fade it away from those 2 huge bunkers down the left. He might have just overdone it a touch.
Count that as a fairway hit?
I would. Wouldn't worry me.
To the 15th, and Paul Casey, who has, well, he's been taught by the man on the mic here at 15, Peter Kostis, for a long time. And Peter, he is flirting with the course record at Augusta.
Yeah, eagle opportunity to get to -10 for the round. Yeah, that's okay. You kind of wonder when you have putts that are that fast that take that long to get to the hole. It's kind of like an oxymoron. And he has that left for birdie. Let's go back to Ricky.
And Ricky long with his second, and this will be ticklish.
Oh, it's still in, well, still in play. At least it didn't end up in the bushes, but got a little carried away with his safety, and that's, well, at least it stays up.
Has not been a good start for Ricky. As we go to 8.
And Jordan Spieth has played a lovely drive. Try and get it over there as close to the bunker as possible. Some of the really long hitters can fly it, but 268 yards left for Jordan. Hole location in the normal Sunday position, right in the front center. Just a little bit of a miss hit there for Jordan, but not a bad angle to attack with his pitching ability. He's 8 under, 6 behind at 5.
And it's Rahm. Just looking for 2 putts.
Well, showed amazing touch last night at the 18th. Had a 90-footer, put that up to 2 feet.
To 15.
Paul Casey to get to -9. Well, that's important for 2 reasons. Clearly, it moves Paul to -7 and inside the top 10, but it also sends a message to our leaders. What's available ahead of them on this golf course? They know that there are scoring opportunities out there, so they cannot just play defensively.
Well, Casey, if he pars in, matches the course record, but who knows, maybe he can better it. Simpson for par at the final hole. With 2 eagles coming back to back at the 7th and 8th. And over at 5. This is a long way from home for a par.
Yeah. He talked about not making mistakes, and you know, unfortunately, when you're chasing, you've got to have a clean scorecard.
To 6.
Stinson. This is for par. Back to 5.
Boy, Nick, the feelings you have when you have to stand over a putt of this length to avoid double.
Yeah, especially when things just aren't going well. I mean, you give everything 100%. Yeah.
And there you go. So out of there with a 5. He has not made a double bogey this week. But now 1 over for the day. McIlroy waits while Rahm steps into a par putt. Trying to avoid back-to-back bogeys. He's 5 behind. $16.
And Paul Casey, who is nearing the end of an extraordinary round. 7 out.
Bunker, Johnny.
Well, he called it from the tee. You heard Paul say bunker. It was.
Still a bit of breeze in here, straight in.
Just think, opened with rounds of 75-74. Let's go to 5.
This is a really concerning shot for McIlroy. 211. Got to. Yeah.
Go left. Get left. Get left. Get left. Get left.
It's going to come up short. It's a little downwind, so if he flew it over those mounds and got it wrong and hopped over the back of the green like Ricky Fowler, that would have been almost a guaranteed 5.
Was he cautious with that shot, or just
I think
did
he
miss it?
Yeah, maybe caught in 2 minds.
Now Reed coming over from the left side.
A far more comfortable distance, about 180 yards. And doesn't have to think about the ridge in the front of the green, but like Jordan Spieth, throwed in about 5 paces short of the flag and should bite with a mid-iron.
Jack Nicklaus spoke to us last night at CBS and said he was so impressed with the play and guts of Patrick Reed. Fantastic. Jack said just when you thought he was in trouble, he came up with a big shot or the big putt. He has shown guts, fortitude, and tremendous heart, says the 6-time winner. Jack was here earlier in the week. He was the honorary starter along with Gary Player on Thursday.
Just makes it over. It was a beautiful smooth swing. Now he wishes he'd just given it a fraction more. But certainly far easier than the task facing McIlroy.
Let's go to 8.
We've already seen Webb Simpson hole from here today for Eagle. And that one just a couple of feet away. Beautifully played, Jordan Spieth. Chance to get to 9 under par with a 4th birdie of the day for him at the 8th. Patrick Reed, though, leads Rory McIlroy by 2 here midway through the final round of the Masters.
back, clear skies, cool temperatures. And Patrick Reed continues to lead the Masters tournament at 14 under par. McIlroy 2 behind, Rahm third, 5 back. Casey 9 under for the day, playing the 16th.
And needs to get this up and down. No bogeys today. 9 under today.
He may be trying to do a Tiger, Vern. Be prepared. Oh, he is.
Yes, indeed.
Can't remember what you said, Vern, but get ready.
Well, speaking of that shot, we saw Davis Love earlier today. Now, he was not in the bunker, but he played that bank, brings it back, and so Paul has that left, and we go to 5.
Speaking of playing angles and
Yes.
slope, look at McIlroy lined up here with his third.
15 feet of break. Keep turning. It's pretty darn good, isn't it?
Excellent. Let's move ahead to the 8th.
Just 3 feet left for Jordan Spieth. Straight up the hill, nice and firm. So Masters champion Jordan Spieth has finished 2nd, 1st, 2nd, 11th in his first 4 times around here. He's currently in a tie for 3rd with this guy at 6.
On the tee, Jon Rahm, 7-iron. He'll have an uphill putt from there. And at 16, Paul Casey for par. Nice up and down, and Paul
Jordan Spieth is in the picture. He's at 9 under, 4 under for the day, tied with Rahm for 3rd. So after the first hole, a bogey by Reed made the margin 2. McIlroy, you'd have to call it a disappointing birdie after missing a short eagle putt. Got it within 1. But then McIlroy bogeys 3 while Reed makes birdie. Rory birdies the 4th, but bogeys the 5th. And we go to the 6th green.
and Jon Rahm for birdie.
See that square stroke works, just not enough pace.
Rahm stays at 9 under, 1 under today. Now Fowler. Oh my! Just caught the left edge. And he leaves the 6th at 8 under. Well, Rory's waiting to tee off. Remember what he did yesterday? That whole location was front left. I'm sure he aspires to something similar.
Well, they'd like to just hit the back right plateau. It's about the size of a couple of dining room tables up there from 190 yards out
to 7.
Stenson, after the great approach, pays it off with birdie. Finds red figures. He's at 8 under, 6 back.
See,
over to 6.
And you see from behind the green that plateau about which Nick was just talking. Wonderful, beautiful hole, and see there's about a 30-foot drop from the tee to the green, and those patrons have a beautiful viewing opportunity from about 30 yards off the green, the tee. 7-iron for Patrick Reed. Well, he's got a challenge.
Well, that really will be, because he's going to come up the middle of the ridge. It's like a square, so that could either be pushed left or right on the corner of the plateau there.
He's not been consistent, Nick.
No, most had. That's 2 swings in a row, 2 iron shots. Little stuck, little underneath it, very much like that.
A par to tie that 63 course record for Casey as we go to 9.
Well, Jordan in position to strike again.
One of the most difficult hole locations on the 9th. Front left corner.
Okay, he's going to have the right level.
Yep, it's going to come back. Beautifully controlled. There's just enough moisture. It rained overnight. You can see they can trust the golf ball's going to grip on the greens.
He began the day 9 behind. Patrick Reed, the man in pink. And now if Spieth holds that putt, he'll be only 4 behind.
We are back in Augusta, final round of the Masters. And the final pairing of the day, Patrick Reed and Rory McIlroy. Any similarity, Nick, in what these two guys are facing?
Yes, Vern, it's ridiculously difficult. That's all I'm going with. As I was describing, it's almost like a square that comes into the middle green, the shelf. And so Patrick's got to go right up the nose of it. So it could be pushed left, could be pushed to the right.
Let's go to 17 for the moment.
Paul Casey is not in a great lie here, but if he could just splash it out, it will roll from the downslope over the bunker up to the hole. Keep going up over the hill. Oh, it didn't get over the hill, but 10 feet left for par. Unfortunate there that he had a ball sitting down in a little groove. Hard to get the club on the ball as we go back to 6.
And the leader, Patrick Reed. Took a mighty whack. Maybe
did.
Too much.
Yeah, way too much.
To 7.
This is where Ricky ended up off the tee and the pine straw to the right.
In jail.
Just trying to get it out of there and try to get it up and down.
Well, he has options with that, with the bowl effect. Yeah, he could still do it.
To 9.
Well, he just got this exact putt, the Reed from Thomas, who missed it on the low side for birdie. Oh man! Jordan Spieth is within 4, and it could be 3 here in a matter of moments. as Reed has a long par putt at 6. 31. First 9 for Spieth as we go to the 6th.
McIlroy.
He's going to come up short. I mean, yes, Jordan Spieth has now got certainly McIlroy in his sights. I think that for the chasing pack, if they could catch Rory first, then see what Patrick's doing. It looks like it's going to happen.
To the 7th.
And Jon Rahm trying to keep pace. He's at 9 under, second shot after an outstanding drive.
That is in the bunker.
And he thought it was going to get in the bunker, but it didn't.
He might have a 10-foot uphill putt for birdie.
He's going to be very pleasantly pleased when he arrives.
It's a good result for maybe the worst red shot here of the week. Can't smile. Come on, John. Come on. Yeah, come on. You got a shot at it.
Yeah, you've got to have good fortune as well. To 10.
Dustin Johnson. He's 2 under for the day.
Oh, bad.
After knocking this one in, Dustin Johnson. At 6 under, that is a tie for 8th. But a big one here coming up at the 6th.
Yes, indeed.
My goodness, suddenly from 9 to begin, down to 3 behind.
Well, the record of the majors is 62, held by Brandon Grace now, and this is now in threat. This man's mind and putting skills. Right edge.
Yes. Well, they've been on a teeter-totter today. Reed and McIlroy, and suddenly Jordan Spieth is very much a part of the conversation as we go to 7.
And Ricky, third shot. Trying to catch that slope, bring it back down, and does. Oh, well done. Ricky 1 over for his final round. 17.
Very important putt here to remain 9 under for Casey. And remember that as the day goes on, we'll see a lot of that. That whole location is extremely difficult and so quick putting that direction. So he still has 4 or 5 feet left for the bogey to drop back to 8 as we go to 7T.
Tightest driving hole on the course.
Yeah. So important to hit this fairway, Bill, because you've seen the bowl. It's actually a birdie opportunity, the 7th.
Played as the most difficult hole for the first 2 days.
It must be right again.
Leaning left. And that will settle in that second cut. Now Rahm trying to take advantage of his good fortune. This for birdie to go to 10 under. Just drilled it. Was convinced it was in the bunker. Ended up with a birdie chance and seized that moment. He's 3 back, 2 under for his final round. Now Patrick Reed, the lead is 2.
Wet.
Asking for it to hang on.
Too much down the left side. Had some overhanging pines to deal with.
Ricky for par. So he stays at 8 under, but needs to get going. $17.
This one back for Paul Casey to remain 8 under now with the bogey. 8 under today, 6 under for the tournament. So he's scrambled all the way up from 2 over to 6 under. Unbelievable. Back at 9.
And Bubba has also stalled at 6 under, right where he started. However, he's got an uphill 5-footer to get to -7. Casey was making a run at the course record. He could still tie it with a birdie at the 18th, but Spieth is the one who's surging here on Sunday.
We're at the par 5 8th on the tee with Jon Rahm. 570 yards up the hill. Try and get that drive as close to the bunker as possible for the best angle. Had an eagle here yesterday.
Great shot.
Perfect.
Gee, he's strong.
He is very strong, Nick, isn't he?
Should lengthen his swing a bit. Might get a few more yards out of it.
Over to 10.
Wow. You see Spieth, look at the tee shot of Thomas. Well past him, but Jordan at 5 under for the round.
And just the 3 back. You remember my story, what my goal was, Jim, to get within 3 of the leaders after 9.
Well, he's done that. Probably wanted a little more out of that.
Yeah, that the hole is on a tiny little ridge. You can actually go past it and still have an uphill putt.
And how about Bubba for birdie at 9? To 7 under. Birdie's the 5th to go along with that one at 9. He's 6 back. As we return to the 7th.
Back down from behind this elevated green. Tight fairway. Neither player in ideal position. Patrick Reed is 1 over for the final round. Bogeys at 1 and 6, a birdie at 3.
He should have a little right to left wind. And it looks like he's got a good opportunity to hit the magical slope there behind the hole.
And that's what Rory is facing across the way.
Rory's got to pull off some magic.
80%. I mean, 38's flag. I mean, 70% would be, no wind affecting it at all.
Yeah.
75 to 80, yeah.
Perfect.
He knows with a good shot he can get it close.
Be good.
And here it comes. Oh, look at this. Wow. What a shot from Patrick Reed.
Well, he's played a couple of exquisite wedge shots this week. That was just perfection. He knew exactly where to land it and reaped his rewards. Rory may try the impossible, chip and run between that gap between the bunkers. Yeah, that's what he's going to try. Just cannot go long. If he goes over the green, not sure he could get that up and down.
See a potential issue with the branch behind him. He may try to compact his swing a little bit or choke down, which is what he seems to be doing.
Smothered it, I think. Is it going to get? Oh, how good an effort was that? Oh, it stuck there. That was really fortunate. That's thanks to the rains over the yesterday and last night.
So Patrick Reed and Rory McIlroy still 1 and 2. The lead is 2.
For real-time scoring, live video, news, and more, visit Masters.com. We're back live at the 10th, and Jordan Spieth uphill putt that will move a little bit. Nick, you've seen this putt before for birdie.
Yes, right to left. And it really does make a difference when you putt through the shadows. Very difficult to get a depth perception or true speed of it.
Oh, it's got a chance. What a good putt.
Jim, am I right in saying some stage yesterday he would have been 10 back? Jordan was only 3 under at one time yesterday when Reed was chipping in and everything. Unbelievable.
And now just 3. And Reed's going to finish out at the 7th.
Birdie. Back to 14 under. And back for the moment where we started this final round as we go ahead to the 8th.
Wonderful drive for Jon Rahm up the 8th. Just 251 to the hole, front center. Or was he overcooked that left? Oh no. If that catches the mound, it bounces down into the pine straw. Look out. It's still rolling. See everyone running down the hill there watching where that ball's gone. That could be down in the
If it's this match play, this would be the one that Roy would chip in. Oh, got a wicked kick.
Yeah. Caught that slope and went right to the left. To 8.
Ricky Fowler firing up the hill. He drove it 3 yards past Jon Rahm, just 248 for Ricky. And that'll stay in that second cut. And may have to use the other side of the green to get that one close. Back at 7.
For par. So Patrick Reed is level for the final round. So is Rory. 3-shot advantage. Jordan Spieth, Jon Rahm, both 4 back, and we go to 9.
We want to pitch the pin, if not a yard or so past.
42, play 50.
Correct. Got it?
Yeah. And she sits left now, right?
The pin?
Yeah.
10 on 5 left.
Yeah.
Well, Stenson and wants to have a run at the green jacket, he's got to start making birdies. He's 1 under for the day. He's ranked 14th in the world. 5 tour wins, including the Open and a Players Championship.
Have to land it hole high, hop it past it, bring it back, very much like Jordan Spieth was perfect.
Stuck it close at 7. Can he do it here at 9? Oh, no.
Blocked it.
It's a little flatter area there off that false front. I don't want to go too center here. Okay. A little cushion to save him right on the edge of the surface. But not what he was looking for.
No, not even close, Jim. That was a poor shot.
To 8.
Oh, the helicopter.
Yeah, trying to go that big fade swing for Patrick Reed. Ah, it's just kicked into the bunker. He got the right shape, Nick. Now this is where Jon Rahm finished up. It didn't get down any further down the hill, fortunately for him, and he's got a bit of a gap.
But he's got a 8-foot mound to chip it up and over.
Has to run it up that mound.
Oh, where's it going? Didn't get there.
Didn't get over. So he'll be back down there where Ricky is for 2. Oh, he's disappointed. He does run on hot sometimes. Back on the tee.
This might be an opportunity to Rory.
Has he left it out to the right again?
Well, he looks that way, doesn't it? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, if it stays there and he has a swing, but he has to be very careful. Lots of pine roots over there.
Yeah, well, in amongst the trees, that's a knockout of some description to get it up the top of the hill.
I said before about how popular Rory McIlroy is. How about that kid? That just made his day. Maybe his life. If he has a full swing, though, he might be able to squeeze it up between the trees to get it up within sand wedge distance of the flag. Still a birdie opportunity. This Ricky. What a difference it makes from a good lie. Slight upslope, ball sitting nicely. As we head to the last.
Well, if you started the day and said, Paul, you're going to have a 65-footer to tie the course record, give it your best. Here it is. And it's going to get away from him. If he can hold that, though, he would match the lowest Sunday round ever shot at the Masters of 64. It's been done 6 times. Let's go to the 8th.
Can he do the same as Ricky? Spin it.
Yeah, he can. He hits them super clean.
Lovely shot. You see how he took the club up high and to the outside there? That's how to do it on those shots that you want to slide underneath. Up and high outside, thumbs to the sky, slide across. Beautifully played.
This is no fun for Stenson. He's probably asking if he's on the green. If any part of the ball is touching the green, it is deemed as on. I think he got a fade. Oh, maybe not. I think that's a no.
That would just be to give him the chance to be able to mark it and clean it. But that is an inch off. Stenson by far his best ever showing at the Masters. Currently in a tie for 5th with Ricky Fowler. And at the 18th, here comes Casey to tie the Sunday record at the Masters for par for 64. Ooh, bogeys coming in on the last 2 holes. However, it is his lowest round ever in a major. The 65. And we go to 8.
Ricky Fowler to get to 9 under. Excellent. What a wonderful up and down for Ricky Fowler there. Certainly in the mix, getting closer. Only even par through 8 holes, though. A couple of stumbles. They have to get a little closer before those 2 par 5s on the inward half. When they can challenge. Patrick Reed, centre of the bunker. You see the rake marks there are in line with the hole, so that makes a difference. Ball's lying nicely and get it up to the top of the hill. Yep, he'll be able to get some spin on it from there. Sort of a 3/4 sand wedge left. Good play. While Ricky was holding his putt and Reed was getting ready to go, Rory just pitched out here.
Well, that means he's in trouble. That means he's got, what, 240 to the green now, to the hole? Something like that? 220-ish?
Yes, I would say that. Front pin.
220 for your third.
Oh, this is important for Jon Rahm. Keep the momentum going. Good up and down for par. Poor second shot there for John. Just tried a little bit too much, I believe, trying to draw it in there and get it on. He remains at 10.
Top of the hill. Spieth, just 2 years ago, he was 4 ahead on Sunday. Today, 4 behind. Yeah, all people must know what can happen from here on in.
Be right. Please be right. Beaker.
Oh, what a shot. And he is trying for not only another Masters, but perhaps the biggest Masters comeback in the history. Jackie Burke all the way back in 1956. 8 strokes. Gary Player, our own Nick Faldo, 1996. And Danny Willett was the benefactor back in 16 when Jordan had the lead. Back to the 9.
And Stenson, when Player made that comeback, he shot 64 on Sunday, one of those 6 to have done that. And when Burke established the record first in 1956, the 54-hole leader, who he was 8 behind, was Ken Venturi. Let's go to the 8th.
Good view back from on top of the hill down. Shows what Rory sees. He can't see because of the big mound in front of him. He can't see anywhere near the flag or the green. Has to go on field, walk up. 208 to the hole.
Goes on which giant pine tree to aim at.
Okay.
That's okay there, I agree. That's actually, again, it's chippable innable.
Well, he chipped in here yesterday, Nick. Remember that great eagle?
Could you spell that word for me, Nick?
I'm dyslexic, so no chance.
Here's Stenson.
So a huge mistake. You've got a wedge in your hand up this very famous 9th green. The front of this 9th green costs Henrik big time.
And 36, the first 9 number. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys. Ricky coming off his first birdie of the day. He's going to love this one.
Yes, get it down the right of center, gives you a better angle. This gives you another yard or 2 to work with on your second shot.
2-8.
Players will check their yardage book, not just for the number, but to see what happens with the slopes on the greens. Where does it feed in from? Do I miss it right and spin it left, or vice versa? This one's right in the center.
Yeah, I agree, especially if he likes to even hook his chip shots. There's a nice mound to the right of the flag, just past it to use, or it's a good safe backstop.
Settle down now. Difficult putt to read, even though it's uphill. Across to 9.
for Rahm's tee shot a moment ago.
Needs to delete.
Wow.
I said he can maneuver it around. High fade. You rarely see Jon Rahm hit a high fade. That is phenomenal.
Well, he's got the shot when he has to dial it up. He and Fowler both good position off the ninth. Reed at 14 under, still the leader by 3.
This chip, because Rory had to pitch out, is for a birdie at the 8th.
Oh boy, that was brave, bold.
Well, he was bold yesterday. I mentioned it earlier, Nick. This was the one he did chip in. Yesterday, hole high in 3. The only shot he had was to bounce it up.
In his own words, he said that was off the other side of the green.
It sure was, and it was the birdie, birdie, par, eagle. He went 5 under in 6 holes there yesterday as we go to 11.
They've used this hole location 2 of the last 3 years. Just a 4, you would imagine, coming up for Spieth. Still 10 under, 4 back, par 5s to come, and a lot depends on that man there, Patrick Reed.
It certainly does, Frank. He's birdied this hole each day, made a putt of similar length yesterday.
Ian, another huge opportunity for a 2-shot swing.
Yes, Nick.
This might be the one that, you know, would really elevate Patrick and actually, you know, deflate Rory. Maybe momentarily.
It really has been a match play battle of sorts, these first 7 or 8 holes. That's what I meant. Even though he was going uphill, it was a tricky one to read from that side. I was out there earlier this morning. He thought it had turned to the left.
So this might be the other pivotal moment. If Rory knocks this in, they walk off with 2 5s. And Rory could have lost 2 shots there.
2 pars on the par 5s. This 9 for Patrick as we head to the 9th.
All right, Fowler.
Right number.
They like it. He says it should be the number. And here it comes. Oh, is it going to stay there?
Unbelievable. Got to move.
Pick up a little speed here. Wonderful shot.
Ricky probably feels he hasn't done anything, but he holds that. He's 4 back
to 8.
Huge putt. Oh boy, that's not what he wanted there. A 6 at the 8th. And even with Reed making par, he's still dropped a shot to him. So Rory McIlroy now 1 over through the first 8 holes after that brilliant start at nearly a chance for eagle at the 2nd. To the beautiful 12th, Frank.
Ian, standing ovation. And so much has happened here. We can remember.
I'll always have demons out here.
Oh my goodness. This is unbelievable. He's now having an absolute meltdown. Gonna go bogey, bogey, and triple. What is he doing to himself?
It's a tough game.
That's the course here at Augusta National. You must be very precise.
But I'll always have tremendous amount of confidence out here.
Well, Frank, you better send the bad demons away and leave the good ones on his shoulder.
Quickly to 9
for Rahm. Come on down. Can it? Oh. That's about a yard away from being interesting.
You got it off the left for sure.
To the 12.
Yeah. Because I'm just saying the flag's not showing. You can feel it right here. What do you like, a 50 shot? Yes, right in the middle of that bunker. Good picture.
Number 12 at Augusta National is the most dangerous hole in major championship golf. Jack Nicklaus's words, not mine. Does he dare take this flag on today?
No, they're going over the bunker, Frank. Patrick Grella said steered him in that direction with a good picture.
Yeah, I could sense the humor. It was so painful 2 years ago. You never know. 4 back.
He's more than in it.
Oh, yeah. You can see it on the leaderboard. To the 9th.
To Reed, who's birdied it the last 2 days. Not what he wanted.
That's all the trees.
Just into the second rough, but second cut, but it's very thick there.
Now McIlroy.
But as we've seen, left.
Oh, it's so deep the trees weren't even a factor.
You're right. He's cut so far across the corner. He's now in the middle of the fairway with a simple wedge up the hill. If he can make it simple.
It certainly has been shaky so far out of the final pairing. Reed
Rahm's
even, McIlroy +1. Now Rahm.
He's got to putt this to the corner of the green. There's a tiny gully. And just let it rotate to get to the hole. That's well judged. All he could do. Set it in motion.
So Texan walking over the Hogan Bridge, a bridge that was dedicated April the 2nd, 1958. 60 years ago, commemorating what Hogan did here, and actually 53. And they actually, on the other side, the Nelson Bridge was also dedicated that same day, 60 years ago, April 2nd. Rahm tapped in over at 9. And now Fowler placing the ball back, trying to get this momentum going off the birdie at 8. Taking his time with this.
Yes, it's he uses a Sharpie line, so he wants to just quadruple check it's spot on. Just going to touch it, probably a half an inch outside right edge.
And like Spieth, he will go to the second 9 at 10 under.
Did well to turn it around, Jim. He didn't look that comfortable at the beginning, especially when he air-mailed the 5th green.
4 players tied for second at 10 under par. And let's go to 16.
And this was a moment ago. And this is Charlie Hoffman. And that was a 6-iron.
Go.
playing with Tony Finau. Most of the, and there have been 20 holes in one here. Almost all of them have taken the ridge and curled down. This was rare. To flirt with the bunker and have it kicked right. Charlie Hoffman with the 20th hole-in-one at 16.
Boy, we see something completely different every year.
And Vern is so right. They're usually coming off the slope on the other side as we come back to the final pairing at the 9th.
Thank you.
And Reed getting free relief from the drain. And let's go over to 12.
Jordan just having to putt through a little bit of fringe here. Then downhill. And then in. Just 3 back. Perhaps redemption. Finally something good at 12 for Spieth. And it is game on. Just check that first 3 feet. That's where it's slow. And right there, he knows he's got it. And 150 yards away. That's where the patrons were on the hill.
That definitely was a mind over matter, that one, wasn't it?
You're about to hear that over there.
Well, Nick, with your 3 wins here, when you would hear a roar to that level, how much would it play with your mind as Reed hits the second shot?
Well, you got your 2 seconds of registering it, and then you got to concentrate. And that was a tough shot coming out of the second cut. You had to open up that face a little more and take a bit more club. And with his 3-shot lead at this moment, yeah, he knew it. Boy, it's game on.
Especially if Rory can jam one here. He has not been on his game at all, except for that second shot at 2, which didn't lead to the anticipated eagle.
I had a really good chat with Adam Scott, who played with Rory, and he plays a very low spinning golf ball. That's why the drives go so far, because he puts a lot of spin on everything.
Well, he's going to like this one.
That is perfect for an up the hill, right to left, as good as it gets.
To 10 with Rahm on the tee.
Now it's time to settle down. We start again.
Rahm 34 going out, and a nice strike to begin the second 9.
Use all that intensity into great concentration.
To 13.
And Jordan Spieth on the tee at the par 5. This hole was so pivotal in the outcome of the tournament last year. Garcia making 5 out of the hazard, or unplayable lie left of the hazard. Justin Rose taking 3 to get up and in from the edge. And we've seen Jordan up in that area of the pine straw before. To 10.
And this was Ricky's tee shot just a second ago. Little concern is too far right.
Yeah, it's a little necky. Landed high on the hill, lost a good 20 or 30 yards, and then look what lie he will leave himself. Very steep downhill lie. But the flag does give them opportunities. They can get to this whole location from past the flag.
Back to 9. What are your options playing this shot, Nick?
Well, just keep it low. You know, take a less lofted wedge, trap it. You know what these youngsters are like. They still go with maybe a gap wedge, 54 degrees.
going to go past it, try to bring it back down.
A little fearful with that one. That may have been intentional.
Sure looked like it might have been.
Yeah, I think it might have been intentional, just to trust the ridge.
And that will be a hard-breaking putt to his left. And McIlroy can make that even more pressure-packed if he makes his putt from inside 10 feet for birdie. He's always been a quick player. He'll look at it, walk up without a practice stroke, and go.
He's a quick decision maker. This is an absolute must. Oh, Rory.
Yeah, he's missed a lot on the right side.
Yeah, I agree. It's like the shoulders are a hair open. Club face is maybe just from starting the square, comes back to the ball just half a degree open.
That's 37. First 9 when he had that 4-shot lead back in 2011 going into the final round. He shot 37 going out. We know what happened at 10 then with the tee shot. Let's go to 10 with Fowler now playing his approach.
Ball well above his feet, so start it down the right hand side of the green, turn it into the middle, get up, there you go, right on line. Beautiful shot.
That's the exact same putt Spieth had.
Yeah.
A few pairings ahead. Back to 9. And Reed, again, this putt is slippery.
Considering Rory started a bad, well, fortunate par and then a poor birdie at the second. Wow. And then he shoots one over, Jim. So Patrick's 36.
3 ahead of Spieth with 9 holes to play.
Well, that will motivate him as well. I mean, Jordan's his good buddy. They even said when they partner each other, Jim, that in their foursomes, they're still trying to outdo each other on each shot, which I thought was quite an amazing statement. So let me show you what I can do, even though you're on my team.
And you see that American flag yardage book. They call him Captain America for the way he so intensely plays in all those team competitions. Meanwhile, Rahm at the 10th.
Just fading it. Probably needed a little draw.
Rahm, one of those tied for 3rd, 4 back. There are so many swings on the second 9 at Augusta. The momentum can change in a snap. Dustin Johnson, Henrik Stenson tied for 6th. Charlie Hoffman tied for 8th at the moment. And a highlight for him, the hole-in-one at the 16th. We're back with Patrick Reed and driver off the 10th.
It's a lot of club and it's a lot of confidence.
I'll bet he never expected that his closest pursuer, if he still had the lead when he stood on the 10th tee, would be Jordan Spieth, who began the day 9 behind.
Wow. 3 back, Jordan Spieth. Unbelievable.
McIlroy. 3 wood. And turning it over.
It started a long way right there. Maybe a little bit like Ricky Fowler. Be stuck on the hill.
And that's what he'll have. McIlroy has missed so many opportunities, Nick. This was for eagle at the 2nd.
Well, the only thing we can look at is feet line and shoulder line. You won't see it too much there. Watch the right shoulders, maybe just dropping down a fraction.
Right of the cup at 2 and 3, then at 5.
This is not easy putt though at 5.
Another one missed right at 8. This was for par. On the other side he missed.
That was probably a good putt, to be honest, but this one is a little. Look at the left of the shoulders. They are well. They're a good foot left on a right to left putt, so maybe I would deem they're not matching the path of his stroke right now.
Up on the green, Fowler.
Well, we had the read from Jordan Spieth earlier on, a good 3 feet of break. Sitting on top of a ridge. It's uphill all the way.
Let's go to 13.
Well, Bobby Jones said the second hit this hole should be momentous. This is it. Changed from an iron now to the hybrid from 223.
Go. 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 Go.
It went. Jordan Spieth will have that remaining for his first eagle at the 13th in his career, and to again change the whole complexion of this tournament.
It's amazing.
Incredible ability.
Off the pine straw. Rahm for birdie. Oh, that was a good putt.
Can't believe that shot, Jim. Jordan Spieth.
No
that
kidding.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
16.
And on the tee a moment ago, here's Jimmy Walker. Now that is the normal route to a hole-in-one. And his fellow competitor is Matt Kuchar, who aced this hole last year. Let's go to 13.
I got 2 best pals out here. Final round of the Masters. Both putting for eagle. Justin Thomas will be first. Further into the green to the left than Jordan, so this ball will break more than Jordan's. Lacked only speed.
Dottie, Jordan must be very close to that line where the pull towards the 12th green actually could send it towards his left lip.
That is correct. There have been a couple of putts that left players shaking their heads today, and it just, not so much that it went left, but it just didn't
just
give it up.
stays there.
Yeah.
So he will know that. He will know that.
He talked in an article in the paper this morning that he thought this would be the first time he'd had to play a stress-free round at Augusta National.
Good
I
luck.
don't think so.
If he holds this, it won't be.
No, it's not now.
He got through his stress moment at number 12. He's hit the most ridiculously remarkable shot off the pine needles. If he holds this, It's all yours, Dottie.
Well, he's emotional, he's transparent, and he was built for this moment. To close within 1.
No, he didn't know it. He was aiming there, hit it there.
Just like we've seen so many times today.
I can't believe he hasn't seen footage of that whole location.
There's a deflating birdie, that was it. Still time. But he knows when an opportunity really slipped away there. Back to 10.
And Reed, with the pressure intensifying.
Well, any left hole locations, Patrick will be licking his chops. He's right at it.
Good shot. It's closer than what we saw out of Fowler and Spieth. Same line earlier while Jordan was putting for eagle. This was McIlroy.
Again, a difficult one coming out the second cut. That's okay over where John Rahm was. Straight down the hill, right to left putt.
11.
Now Ricky, just aiming a little left, like he's trying to hit a little cut. You can finish up on that scoreboard. That would be good. Woo down, woo down. A little longer than you'd like into this 11th. Now, catch up with John Rahm. Got a little bit more firepower than Ricky, so this better sit down if it's left. Lucky for the soft bounce. To 17.
Tony Finau, unbelievable. We saw the hole-in-one from his fellow competitor at 16. But an absolute miracle that Tony Finau could even play this week after his hole-in-one in the par 3 competition earlier in the week. And look at this, 6 in a row for Tony Finau. And he is now 7 under par in a tie for 6th.
Jordan at 14. Seven under through 13 holes today. And perfectly placed at the par 4 14th. To 10.
And it'll be McIlroy first.
Needs to find that intensity he had on the 18th green last night, Jim.
Well, you've seen it many times, Nick, where players have been off their game for 9 holes, and all of a sudden, it switches on this side.
You need one shot just to give you the boost and make you believe you can do anything. Now he's hit it a little wide again.
Reed with a side view of his putt for birdie.
Well, you never know what's going to happen over the next 4 holes, but if Patrick Reed got to the 14th tee and he's extended his lead by a shot, I think he would take it. Another shot. It means doing everything right, maybe popping one in, make a 4 at 13. Maybe one little mistake, but it's a Go on. Wow. 4 inches harder.
Stays it even for the day. A couple of birdies, a couple of bogeys, and about to enter Amen corner. What do you see in this putt?
No, this, well, apart from what we've been seeing, this is just inside left.
One over for the day, heading to the 11th. Jordan Spieth creating a lot of roars in the final round. He's 7 under for the day and climbed within 2.
Jordan Spieth at the 14th, 164 away, an accessible hole location, trying to continue his charge to go and get Patrick Reed.
Yeah, definitely need to land it about, it's got a 7 o'clock to that flag.
This has been a brilliant final round from
more.
Jordan.
Just an ounce more.
A little too high.
And that's creeping down the slope. Wasn't quite far enough to get it close.
Oh, there's no way that just stayed up there. Oh my God. That was so good.
Now Rahm from the left second cut. This has to be taken straight over the pond. And stay in the air for a long time. That is total disdain for this flag. Another good shot by Rahm. Now Ricky just slightly closer. Plenty of green right of this flag. Another good one. McIlroy, Fowler, Ram all tied at 10 under, full back. Sun even starting to come out now. Amen corner starts with the second shot. Patrick Reed has driven the ball well here through the first 3 rounds.
Get right. Right. Or right. Oh, I need to go way farther than that.
Yeah. Well, there is water in play on 5 of the next 6 holes, Nick.
Didn't find the Mickelson alley over there on the right-hand side.
Yeah. Been a messy first 10 holes for McIlroy. That much better.
Well, top of the hour, 5 o'clock here in Augusta, Georgia. And Patrick Reed continues to cling to the lead. It's by 2 over Jordan Spieth who was 7 under for his round, trying to win a second green jacket. McIlroy, Ricky Fowler, Jon Rahm are 4 back and not to be discounted their chances. Tony Finau's coming to the 18th, having made 6 straight birdies. The Augusta record is 7. He could match it if he can make 3 at the 18th. The record set by Steve Pate, later matched by Tiger Woods. Let's go back out to Frank Nobilo at the 11th.
Well, Jim, speaking of 3, Rahm has already made birdie here 3 times in just a year and a bit. He's played this hole 7 times. The rest have been pars. It's traditionally the hardest hole on the golf course. So for Rahm, not so much.
Just a gentle break on this one, Frank, isn't it?
Yeah, not much to it.
Yeah.
I tell you, if that
wow.
goes, oof. 4's still good though. Remember Reed in trouble off the tee. So it's a big leaderboard just left of the 11th green. Rahm can check that, know exactly where he stands. No doubt going forward.
Yeah, it's the one leaderboard you cannot avoid looking at.
Yeah. Reed on top 14, so he can plot a strategy from here on in to 14.
And Jordan Spieth has made a big move up that leaderboard. Started the day 9 back. If he's able to make this from 28 feet, he'll be just 1 behind. Oh. So about 3 feet remaining for his par, back to 11.
Yeah, the spot harder to read. It breaks off the shoulder of the bunker just above Ricky. Good effort. You really get the sense. Next half hour to 13.
And just a little bit earlier, this was Bubba Watson, 2-time champion here, and he gets what Jordan Spieth really wanted. A 3 here at 13. 4th time he's made a 3 at this hole in his career. Fowler tapped in a couple groups back. And how Jordan Spieth has moved. Now 2 back. Watson and Johnson both with good rounds on the golf course. Tony Finau, what a run he's been on, and here he is at 18.
And this could tie the record for a 7th consecutive birdie. Come on now. Just an amazing week for him after that hole-in-one and dislocating his ankle, popping it back in place. And Boyd Summerhays, his teacher, saying that he's been hitting shots with most of his weight on his right leg. It's set up and the ball way back so that he could hit shots with a lot less pressure on his left ankle. Somehow he was able to keep on playing, swollen ankle and all, and looks like a top 10 for him. So Tony made his ace in the par 3 contest, and his playing companion Charlie Hoffman made his on Sunday afternoon. Tony in his Masters debut out of Salt Lake City, Utah. Let's go to the 12th.
Just 154 yards today. The direct line to the flag today. Got to carry that ball at least 150. Momentarily no wind. Oh, stays up. So Fowler will have that to get to 11 under. Back a hole. We'll find Patrick Reed in the trees. His nearest challenger, Spieth, did tap in at 14 for his 4. So he remains at 12 under, just 2 back. Now we saw Bubba Watson pull this shot off, but Reed's not even going to try. Just advance that down the fairway. Oh, it kept going left. Enough green to play with. Now back at 12, Jon Rahm just saw McIlroy aim straight at the flag. Excuse me, Fowler aim straight at the flag. The right distance. So both excellent birdie chances at 12. Now McIlroy at 11. He's had a go at it. Another poor shot. Now started the day in search for a grand slam. Things going awry at the moment. You have to take your cap off. Patrick Reed still on top, 14 under. Final round, the Masters.
We're at the 15th hole. That's Dustin Johnson after a drive of over 350. That's a 9-iron on its way from 172. And as good as that shot was, his fellow competitor Cameron Smith has it inside of him for eagle. 15th hole now switching to downwind. So let's see what Jordan can do off the tee. Oh, that's a terrific line. Yesterday it played a lot longer, more into the wind. Fairways were softer. But still, we've had pairings come through here with both players having eagle putts and both players being also in the water. Speaking of water, let's go back to 12.
And where Jon Rahm is, you can see that 150 yards away from where he is, Reed will be playing his third shot into 11. So a little mental maths, maybe knock this in. This lead could change very quickly. He started off the opening round with 75. Now back to 11. Pitching across the pond. Oh, that is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So many things could have gone wrong there for Reed. Nick, he had a little bit of green to play with, but for the faint of heart.
Exactly, you can't have faint of heart here. You have the clear. They'll keep having clear pictures. These guys can trust their technique, but it's clear pictures and determination now.
Rory did not take any time there. Remember their history in the Ryder Cup?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a good time for Rory to get, in a pickle over the speed of play they have together, because Rory's got to make things happen now. He could be in serious trouble if he falls another shot back.
Yeah, I think more frustrated with his own play
I agree. Yeah, he's blocked way too many shots today. Shots and putts.
The rookie can just hit this one firm enough. Here's that little pop stroke. Yeah, there you go. Well, it is anything other than a 2-horse race. So Fowler to 11. Halfway through Amen Corner to 15.
Dustin Johnson. This for Eagle 3. The margin between success and failure sometimes is razor thin. There's two things you can say there. One is wow, and the other is what he said. You got to be kidding me. Back to 11.
From the back of this green, fairly flat. Reed to keep that 2-shot lead. Everybody putts those short putts differently. He has a little bit of a release stroke. Likes to get that putter head to open and close. Anything other than square to square.
Almost looked like it went left.
Yeah. It's anything other than straightforward now.
Yeah.
Couple of feet out, it looked all right.
Looks fine, didn't it? Everybody else's has turned, right to left coming up the hills. That should have gone ahead to his right.
To 13.
And the tee shot for Ricky Fowler, definitely less than driver. It's been downwind for most of the day, trying to hit a low slinger around the corner. Boy, he takes the risky line, but he will have a much flatter stance from there. That was terrific. 15.
Jordan Spieth now 205 yards left for his second. Taking a long time over the golf ball.
Softly, softly, softly.
Well, he's safely on. But that putt is going to require all of his touch. Back to 11.
And McIlroy, he did not have the luxury of another bogey, but that's what will happen. Two over for his round. And definitely out of sorts. 13.
And Jon Rahm. Loves to hit the cut. You can see how much higher the ball flight there was.
Oh, that's impressive, Dottie. High fade at number 9, high draw at number 13.
And that is enormous.
Yeah.
Back to 11.
And just a second ago. So it's official, 13 under. 1 in front of Spieth, 2 in front of Fowler. Ah. After his tee shot at 13, maybe just feeding a few fish. A fine athlete. Sprint down there, catch up. It's tough to have a quiet mind right on the back of the 12th tee, Nick, right now. Those people, they create an energy that you don't find anywhere else.
Well, it's a wonderful picture for us, but the players are just looking at one thing. They're looking at the corner of the bunker, the flag stick. They're going to make a very clear decision exactly what line you're going to go on, and you have to stick to it. You can't change your mind. You can't aim left and grab enough club to be pin high and then you pull it. You end up in the back bunker. Obviously, if you then push that, you would end up coming up short, and that's when it hits the bank. So clear decision. He's fortunate with that little draw of his. I think that helps him here. He can aim at the flag, turn it over, and
hope for dry ground. It's a wedge.
It's gritted teeth. Yeah,
that's good.
That's exactly where the angle for safety to go.
Yeah, Rory needs to get on the run, and it probably has to start here. There's plenty of club. Struggled to hit it close. Completely tightened up. What was a runaway is now congested at the top.
And we're back with Patrick Reed making the steps over Hogan Bridge with a one-shot lead, but Spieth is a long way away in 2 at 15, but he's got a shot coming up at taking the lead. Again, the largest comeback in Masters history. 8 strokes. It's happened twice. 1956, 1974.
Well, right now, his biggest concern are the shadows covering the first 3/4 of this putt, making it very difficult to pick up the contours. I will tell you this, once it gets out of the shadows, it is very fast. Needed to hit it about 4 inches farther off the impact, and that would have easily gotten to the hole, but he has now a tester for his birdie. Back to 12.
And Rory nearly 30 feet away.
A lot more swing on this back of this 12th green than one imagines. Oh, no, Rory's over borrowed it.
Yeah, this green was resurfaced this year. It's identical to what it once was as we go to 13.
And we find Ricky Fowler 206 to the hole. Further carry if he's going to mess with the right side. He knew that. If you're going to miss, that is the miss. Hasn't been as frighteningly fast from up there that it's been in the past. Vern?
Hi, Dottie. This is Cameron Smith. Second shot. Little pitch, and he played the bank. 24-year-old from Brisbane, Australia. Well done. Back to 13.
Jon Rahm 20 yards closer than Fowler was. Center of the green is the good spot, and that's exactly what he's done. Give it up just a little bit. Beautiful golf shot. Three back. And here's what the whole thing looks like right now. Patrick Reed will be putting for birdie at 12. Dustin Johnson just missing an eagle there at the 15th. And here is Patrick Reed at the 12th.
To get back to 14 under where he started the day. Might just take 2 putts right now, though. Oh, one is so much better. One Texan trying to topple another. What to do? Nick, he thought 14 under.
Yeah.
Might have been the number. It's just pars in, perhaps.
Well, he would love to make the 4 at 13, have a 4 up 14, and then have another look at the leaderboard, see what he needs to do after that.
First time he has ever birdied the 12th. What a time to do it. One more look. Little left to right it. It's going to break towards Rays Creek.
Come on!
It's never short. So he leads at 14. And we'll go to 15.
Where the roars have been heard, and if Jordan's going to get to 14, I would think this putt is a must. Still, a lot can happen between here and the 18th hole, but to 3-putt and make a par here would be devastating. And you know that he knew that. Looked at Michael Greller, said, good read. Jordan Spieth, now 8 under for the day, 13 under and 1 back of our leader, Patrick Reed. Back to 13.
This was just a little bit earlier while Jordan was putting at the 15th. Again, this chip shot has not been as fast as everyone thought when they first looked at it. Ricky will have that remaining to get to 12 under. Hear him say, yep, pushed it more. And now live, Jon Rahm for eagle. Never had a chance. So many people have been surprised by the speed all around this hole today. Pretty much the same hole location the Flares have had here for 3 straight Sundays. But a 4. Well, this putt coming up for Ricky Fowler is absolutely enormous. Still looking for that first major championship title. And it's that putt, Nick, that hasn't done what everyone thought. It thought it would go more to the right, and it fights and fights and fights.
Yeah, it's probably tough to believe he could hit this straight.
Well, playing quickly as he always does.
Uses a Sharpie line. He's going to triple check it.
Shadows are starting to become a part of the picture down here. Got it. 2 back. 5 to go. And you know Patrick Reed back on the tee can hear all of this. Eight under par on the par 5s on this side alone this week. And certainly a chance to make that number even better.
What a great controlled swing that was, Dottie.
Jordan Spieth on the tee at 16, 8-iron. Well, he was chasing it, but it wasn't far enough. Spieth a long way from birdie at 16.
All the contenders in the final round of the Masters as we approach the stretch drive, and Patrick Reed with a crucial birdie at the 12th and a massive drive at 13 to set up what could very likely be another birdie at 13. Where we go now.
Rory McIlroy from the second cut, 192. Needs a cut. It needs to make something happen. All right, step 1. To 14.
And Ricky on the tee, starting the journey home, back up from Amen corner. Coming off back-to-back birdies, 12 and 13. In a good spot. 13.
Jim talked about that huge drive that Reed hit 25 yards longer than yesterday, 188.
85–90%. First line went 454. Okay. We also want to hit the green. Okay. I think full goes over the screen, but.
Nick, if you have this shot, what goes through your mind?
Well, Rory's ball is a perfect line. He wants to just make a solid 4. It doesn't have to be super brave. We'll just guarantee the 4. If something miraculous comes off and gives himself a really chance with a 3, fantastic.
Well, Rory's ball is on line with that large pine tree in the center of the green.
Didn't get it there. All he had to do was hit the middle of the green.
We are definitely hearing that ball is.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, on the upslope. This is what happened to Sergio last year in the third round, was able to play the shot. To 16.
And Jordan Spieth, who got a pretty good read from his fellow competitor, Justin Thomas, who was about where Jordan is now standing. And Jordan behind the hole, watching Thomas roll by a little bit. Yes! And I will promise you, Patrick Reed heard those roars back at the 13th. We have a tie at the top. Jordan Spieth opened with a round of 66. Then inconsequential rounds of 74 and 71. But 9 under par. And I think I saw a little fist bump with Jordan and Justin after the ball went in. As in, thanks.
Go, Jordan.
Unbelievable ability to focus and deliver, hasn't he? It really is amazing.
You know, he started playing this game at the age of 8 at Brookhaven Country Club in Dallas. We're told that at the age of 12, he shot 62, back to 13.
Where Patrick Reed, the only player late this afternoon, has not looked across at the leaderboard that's over at the 14th tee, but he certainly heard what happened at 16. And he's going to leave himself a tester. The putt that's fooled so many today. To 14.
And here's Ricky. .157.
Right.
And then 165 to this whole location. Now 23-year-old Jon Rahm. Only his second Masters. Both players will have a look at birdie.
McIlroy for eagle at 13. Hadn't made a bogey on this second 9 all week until the bogey back at the 11th, and just really flat today. Hasn't putted well. Opening tee shot was off the mark. But if you can get on a run like Tony Finau did at the end of the day, don't count yourself out. So you never, ever give up. To 17.
Where Jordan Spieth takes driver. Right up through the saddle there. Center of the fairway, top of the hill would be good. Loves it. Has struggled on this hole throughout his career, but this week has played it better. Has come here 4 of the last 5 years with a chance to win Sunday afternoon. He's won once, second twice. Can he get redemption for 16 today at 13?
And Patrick Reed still has not looked at the leaderboard to his right, but his caddy, his brother-in-law, has. That for the lead. And again. Tied with 5 holes to play.
And all he had to do was hit the middle of the green for an easy 4. That's
3 yesterday, 5 today.
But he does have the 15th. That's what you got to be thinking. I get up for 14 is a huge opportunity. You do everything right, the whole ball will gather, and 15 is an opportunity.
And we'll see if Ricky at 14 can take advantage of the opportunity. Well, you heard the roars, which have punctuated the hills and valleys of Augusta National today. We'll show you where that came from in a moment. Ricky to get within 1. So close. After a slow start, Ricky's gotten it to 3 under. And that roar that you heard actually came from up the hill when they posted the number at 18.
Did you see the scoreboard person in the back there when he put the number up? He was smiling, a big smile across his face. He knew what was going to happen. It's like
the same thing happened at 17, guys, when they did it here.
Could be witnessing a comeback of historic proportions from Jordan Spieth. Here's Rahm for birdie. Yep. He got a good look from Ricky's effort. So back-to-back birdies for Jon Rahm now, and he's at 12 under, just 2 behind. 17.
This is young Australian Cameron Smith with a good round going today. This for another birdie. Young fella from Queensland, Australia. 6 birdies on this incoming 9 to get to 9 under par. Up there in 6th place. Well played for the young fella. Back at 14.
And Patrick Reed just has to be feeling that any momentum he had starting the day is just evaporated. And now he's basically fighting for his life.
Well, that was an excellent tee shot because he pulled it into the trees left yesterday, so that was great commitment.
Still has the par 5 15th to come, back to 17.
I agree. Just heading over the middle of that bunker.
Roars all over the place in this second 9 at Augusta.
How's he going to make a 3 here, Ian?
He has to keep it at the hole or even a little right of it. Perfect putt is from just to the right or a little long. 165. Looking for his 10th birdie of the day.
Be the right distance.
Very makeable putt, about 15 feet away. As if he doesn't have enough records around Augusta National. He's looking for the tournament record as well, and another green jacket. But Patrick Reed might have something to say about that.
Please visit drivechipandputt.com for more information or to register. To the 15th.
On the tee now, Jon Rahm. Plenty of firepower to reach this green in 2 if the fairway is found with this driver.
Get a good kick. Come on. Get a good kick out of there. Yeah, there we go.
That's okay. He's in the second cut, but not too bad from over there. As we look at Jordan Spieth walking up onto the 17th green, you can see the energy of the patrons and how it's being transferred from them to the players. This place right now is electric with the possibilities of what might happen. Now Ricky Fowler back on the tee. Now he's set up left trying to cut it. Did he cut it enough? Back to 14.
Patrick Reed asking for it to be the number. And he brings it in there close.
Yeah, that sure is.
He'll have a chance. Opportunity to get it to 15 under and get back to the lead.
It's a daunting task to think you might have to birdie the next 3 just to give yourself a cushion.
Now Rory. Got 150 left.
Catch the slope.
Asking for it to catch the slope and come down, but it's going to settle pretty good distance away. Final round of the 82nd Masters at Spieth and Reed.
At the start of the final round, Patrick Reed led the way at 14 under. And throughout the afternoon, this is how it changed. Patrick Reed still at 14 under. Jordan 5 back. At 13, at 10, creeping closer. And at 5 o'clock, 14-12 as Jordan started making his move. And currently, at 5:44, it is 14 all. Started the day 9 behind. Tied in 9th position with his good buddy Justin Thomas. And comfortable pairing, Nick. I think that helps.
Yeah, it sure is. They're just trying to show off to each other. But a little slippery this one, Ian.
It can be. If it gets past the hole, it really takes off. But the main thing, Nick, is it breaks left to right. But if it, like so many putts here, if it just gets a little bit high, it stays high and takes off. So it's a hard putt to be aggressive with, that's for sure.
So he'll only just burn the edge then.
Just burnt the edge on the just on the low side there. It's gone a good 3 feet beyond. So if he can knock that one in, remain 9 under heading to the last. Remember, 9 under's the scoring record here, the tournament record held by Nick Price in '86 and Greg Norman in '96. But neither of those were in the final round. Michael Grell has been a tremendous assistance today in so many ways on the greens as we head to the last.
And Cameron Smith. 6 under for the day.
To this very traditional hole location.
Oh, he's finding them all.
Wow.
You can't hide them for him right now.
Well, that's a good indicator to us.
Back to 15.
Ricky Fowler second on the way from 223 yards. All right, that's pretty much the putt that we saw with Jordan Spieth. But now the light is flat, so he will have a much better opportunity to read the putt. Let's go back to Patrick Reed.
I had 14, and this is just like a huge putt for the outright lead.
Well, it really is. If he makes this and makes 4 at the next, because obviously Jordan's just got 1 to play. Sure does.
Oh, that was big for Patrick Reed. A 1-shot lead, 4 to play. 2 birdies in his last 3 holes, 17.
Well, they heard the applause there. That was just seconds ago that putt went in. This is a must. Yeah. Beautiful putt, solid in the center. He heads to the last 14 under, but 1 back behind Patrick Reed. 9 under par on his round. Birdie at the last for 62 at Augusta National. Just amazing.
Jon Rahm at 15, 219 yards. Out of the second cut. Good aggressive swing, ball well up in the air. Oh no. The only mistake you can't make at 15. Perhaps between yardages and really needed to strike it perfectly. Perhaps a little bit too aggressive. Patrick Reed making his way toward the 15th tee. Let's go to 18 tee.
And now finding himself 1 back. Although I'm not sure he's aware of that.
Well, it's the perfect wind. Little left to right down. Bunkers aren't a concern, even if you hit it in them.
Miss it, miss it.
Oh, he did this.
God,
Did this
I hit it.
day
Are you
1.
kidding me?
Thursday.
Oh.
Has he clipped it again? Has it come down? Oh, the chute has got narrower and narrower. He's clipped the trees. He's come down. He's going to be like day 1 when he had to play his 3rd from 250 yards to the front.
15.
Important tee shot for Patrick Reed. His helicopter cut swing. And I'm not sure that one cut enough.
You never know, Peter. That might help in the fact he's got to lay up and.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he's even par on the 5s today, Nick,
Yeah.
after going 13 under on the first 12. Wow, there's Jordan Spieth's drive. Caught the trees. It came back down. He's probably got,
300.
I would say, well, he's got at least 150 to the corner.
Well, yeah, he's well short of the fairway. If we pan back up, you're going to see the fairway cut.
And I'm not sure he can get it either around the corner or over the corner from there. He's going to have to put himself in position for his 3rd shot.
Absolutely. He'll go well left, straight up the hill, and leave himself a gap wedge.
Well, back at 15 now, Jon Rahm has taken his drop, electing to use the line where the ball last crossed the hazard. That was from 132. And has that left for par. good, aggressive young player that probably made too aggressive a choice back there with the second shot.
Back at 18, the Gremlins, they resurface. You hit a shot off the tee at 18 on Thursday that goes left. You came here 7 under. You made a hard-earned bogey 5 to shoot 66, and now you step up on Sunday, basically missed nothing all day.
Well, he can still find a way to make 4. He's at least 50 yards further back. So he's got a short par 4. He's got to play it in 3.
He just made a comment about it being the last limb.
Yeah, well, it's
knocked
happened.
it down.
It's happened. He's going to hit his rescue, or his little lofted metal, 19 degree or something, just straight up in play, nothing, straight towards the patrons where that oak tree is in the distance. That's a perfect line. Can't do any more than that. Hit it up to 250. Leave himself his favorite yardage. He's got a backstop to spin back. He can still make 4.
Nick, this is reminiscent of the driving range shot at the Open. There's no yardages in the yardage book from where they are.
No.
200 over that bunker. How many over the bunker? 200. Okay.
200 over the bunker, Michael tells him.
Wow, that's the bunkers he was aiming at. So, yeah, he'll go with that 19 degree or something.
To 15.
All right. For an eagle possibility, Ricky Fowler. Boy, as good as that putt was, it still went by a good 5 feet. Has that left to get to minus 13. Let's see what George is going to do.
You can see the start of the fairway about 30 yards ahead, where he had to play his 3rd shot from that area on Thursday.
He had to go with that club because he's off a downhill lie, so that's perfect. That's back in play. Oh, right on top of the mound. Got a good view.
And now it falls back on the other side.
Well, that added even more backspin to it.
Group ahead, the man who finished 4th to Jordan at Chambers Bay when Spieth won the United States Open for birdie.
Oh.
And you tap that one in for a round of 66. Currently tied 5th. Let's go to 15.
Jon Rahm now has this for his par. His emotions tell the story. After consecutive birdies, he walks away with a bogey at 15, dropping him 4 back of Patrick Reed. Now, let's not forget Ricky. He has this to get within 2. Okay. We've already seen a hole-in-one in 16. Now Patrick Reed back up the fairway. 199 yards is what he has to the hole. That's not in play. It's a question of how he's going to lay up and where he's going to lay up.
That's very smart. Chipping down the left side, good angle, square onto the break in the green.
Well, he and Rory have both laid up down the right side. You can see both of the golf balls there.
The best part of that, Peter, is they know they can just go a little long and should get a little bit of spin and bring it back.
Yeah, it's the best angle
Yeah.
to this whole location, no question.
Jordan his family behind the 18th green. You may have seen Justin Thomas peering up at the giant leaderboard to see what exactly was unfolding elsewhere on the course.
He's got 88 yards. I heard him say 105, probably to the top of the ridge.
Throw a dart.
Flat calm. Just what option is he going? Is he going to go past and spin it back, or just drop it in dead?
Right of the hole. What a shot. Easy now.
Oh, yeah. That's fine. That's very flat. Straight putt. Actually downhill. Fractionally downhill. Tiniest of left to right break I'm going with.
Well, it's only a putt to tie the all-time Augusta
unbelievable
18-hole score and to establish the greatest final round in Augusta history.
Yeah.
This being the 82nd edition of the Masters. Knock it in. No one's ever shot 63 on Sunday. 15.
Patrick Reed first to play. This from 82 yards. Oh, no. Oh, boy, that's the effect of the downslope, Nick, where you just take a couple of degrees off of your wedge and hit it a little too far.
Well, a little bit of adrenaline to make sure you get it there, and that's the last place you wanted to leave it.
To 16.
And Ricky Fowler, who's now 2 back.
Keep there.
Oh, well, he hopes, and we do as well, that didn't plug. Oh. Now John Rahm. Oh boy.
Idiot.
Well, he just blocked it out a little too much, but it's come back, and that's the putt that Jordan made earlier on.
Yes, we have seen that putt go in the hole. We go to 15.
Patrick Reed walking up to survey what he's got left for his 4th shot.
It will be the greatest 2-putt of the week if you can do it, because the last 12 feet are straight down and gathering speed all the way.
Well, I hit exactly that putt this morning, Nick, and he only has to get it on the green with maybe a foot of pace, and it'll get all the way to the hole.
Wow.
Rory McIlroy pitched his on from 73 yards. But now's not the time to get greedy. Just be patient. Keep your wits about you. It's amazing how he feasted on the par 5s, Nick. 13 under for the first 12 of them and level par so far today.
Well, here it comes down to this for Jordan. A putt for par for 63 to tie the mark. First set in 86 by Nick Price, matched in 96 by Greg Norman, but never performed in a final round.
Staying there. It was fractionally outside. It was right. Fractionally inside the left edge. Well, that's opened Patrick's door incredibly.
Well, the tee shot at 18 doomed him as it did on Thursday. He becomes the 7th player in history to shoot 64 in the final round. But we go back to 15.
Birdie putt for Patrick Reed.
I was going to say, is there any way he could leave it short? Wow.
Well, he did leave it short. And he does not know that the door has been opened yet.
And back at 18, Spieth turned around, took a long look at the board. So close to an exceptionally special final round. He was paired with his great pal Justin Thomas a year ago over at Wailea on the island of Oahu, when Justin shot 59, and he thought he might have the makings today for one extraordinary all-time final round at Augusta. Now he's 2 back. What happened with the putt?
Just a hair too much outside the left edge, that's all. It's very flat. It's only like 0.5% of movement around that whole location.
A 16.
Ricky Fowler out of the bunker, second shot. He's going to use that bank. Here it comes. And he used it perfectly. Back to 15.
Well, while that bunker shot was being played, Patrick Reed has walked all around this short putt twice, looking at it from every conceivable angle and also looking at his yardage book.
Well, you talked about doors. He's so superstitious. He will not go to sleep at night until he's closed all the doors in his house. So if he holds this one, Peter, that might be one door closer to shutting the door to the Masters.
Well known for wearing red on Sundays. If he's able to hold on, he might switch to pink. All right, a working man's 5 at 15 for Patrick Reed, and he has a 2-shot lead as he heads to 16.
And while Patrick Reed was getting ready to putt for par, this was Jon Rahm. Piers back at the 15th. And completes play at the 16th. $11 under. Patrick Reed, leader by 2 over both Spieth and Ricky Fowler. When he first came on the tour, he had his wife Justine on the bag. She gave way to her brother, Kessler. They have one child. Let's go to 17.
Where Ricky Fowler has the driver out. He's had 3 birdies on this hole this week. That's pretty amazing. It's not an easy hole and a tough hole location today. You would think he needs at least 1, possibly 2 birdies to challenge Patrick Reed's lead. Could it be Ricky's time? He's come close so many times. Back in 2014, he had all 4 of the majors. He was top 5 in that season. But just quite hasn't got it done.
You're good to go, buddy.
Just checking to see no one was teeing off over at 16. His caddy tells him, no, you're right to go. And Jon Rahm obviously needs birdie, and and some help. A little bit of a Seve lean there. 2 good drives in the fairway atop the hill at 17. For our second to last group, Rickie Fowler at 13 under, Jon Rahm at 11. And this man leads the way over at 16T.
Well, there has been a bit of a delay here for Patrick Reed. Get the sand off the green. See the fellow out there with the blower. They had to wait until Rickie Fowler teed off on 17. There's a little bit more. Get that thing started. At last. Eight iron. And no wind at the moment whatsoever.
Get up.
20 feet away at the 16th, Patrick Reed with a 2-shot lead over Spieth and Fowler. We are back at the 16th hole. Patrick Reed leads Rory McIlroy. This walk not quite as famous as the one at 18, but it's still very special.
For real-time scoring, live video, news, and more, visit Masters.com. And we go to the action at the 17th.
As Rickie Fowler prepares to play. Has to go for it. .154 for Rickie. Up you go. No, that'll feed back off the green. Very steep hill there.
Okay, just go off, huh? Yep, that's it.
It's not a difficult chip, but it's so hard to make because it breaks so much as it comes across the crown. That's a good 4 or 5 feet of break on that shot. Needed a couple of yards more. Jon Rahm from 6 yards closer. Just a very light breeze, slightly against left or right. High cut 9-iron. Don't like it. I think he's still holding a little bit of anger from the bad shot at 15, Nick.
Absolutely, absolutely. You've got to. Well, it's so easy to say, but
yeah, you got to learn to let it go. He will. He's only young. Let's go to 16.
Patrick Reed.
That shot, Vern, only made it by a yard across that corner. I think that gave Patrick a little bit of a turn.
I bet.
Yeah, because if that just kicked left, that would have fallen down into the, well, possibly into the pond. But now he's got a fabulous opportunity.
Rory McIlroy has already attempted his birdie, missed. He's about 4 feet away.
Slightly longer version. Remember when Justin Rose made his 2 at 16 last year? It's one of those putts you got to, for a split second, you think, oh, I've missed it to the right, and it will turn hard left.
Yeah, they burned the left edge. But a tap in for Reed. He remains at 15 under with 2 holes to play. Here's McIlroy. Well, remember when he had the lead a few years ago and shot 80 in the final round? The disaster began with a hook tee shot on 10. This will be another disappointing Sunday afternoon for Rory at Augusta. Came here, driving down Magnolia Lane about 5 hours ago, 6, with such high aspirations for the Grand Slam. We go to 17.
Where both players could do with a chip in. Actually, Ricky's chosen the putter, Nick, which surprises me when he needs to hold it. I think a chip would be easier because it comes up and then down and across.
Yeah, I didn't mind the putter, to be honest.
All right.
You know, trap it. I mean, especially under this kind of pressure, you don't want to miss-hit a chip shot.
I understand what you mean. There is a lot of adrenaline flowing. I just thought if you needed to make it, it's nice to pitch it over the fringe.
Yeah, I agree with that, but maybe at the 71st green, hey, you got.
Oh, it's easy to say.
You got to fall. We got to drop into your comfort zone very quickly.
Yeah, we know that feeling. Now back at the tee. Interestingly, Patrick Reed, when he won his first title on the PGA Tour, it was in a playoff over Jordan Spieth back in 2013 at Greensboro.
Is it coming back?
Calling for a bit of hook. He will definitely have some tree trouble from there. Not with the swing, just with the trajectory of the second. Second cut. Jon Rahm, he's decided to pitch it. He just caught the fringe.
Yeah, he's running hot right now.
Yeah, he really is.
Your concentration, just lost your commitment a touch.
Well, the problems for Rory, I should say, were when he missed that short eagle putt at 2. There was a huge emotional change from going to tied for the lead had he made it, and then he missed another short one, and he just hasn't been able to get the confidence back. 2 over on his round is Rory. And John, who is 3 under par today, 68-65 his last 2 rounds. He really showed us yesterday that he wanted to get in the mix, wanted to see what he could do today. Started out so well. We'll be watching him for a long time to come. This young man, 23 years of age, number 3 in the world rankings. Definitely the makings of a major champion. Just that disappointment. Didn't need to carry it much further back at 15, but that 6, the telling story for Jon Rahm. Straight in from there, Ricky. Maybe an inch of right to left. Ricky Fowler heads to the last 13 under. Needs a birdie. Can he do it? Patrick Reed makes his way up the hill at the 17th.
And this was Bubba finishing up at 18. And sub 70 for the third straight day, coming in at 9 under and a tie for 5th. Let's go to 18T. Fowler needs to force something here to get Reed's attention. He's 2 behind.
Oh, what a beauty.
Yeah, hit that one right on the nose.
Yeah. Jon Rahm is just, well, now out of it. Just would love a birdie for. He's actually got 4th place locked. Well, I wouldn't say locked up. He's 2 ahead of Rory.
2 on the other side too.
Wow. My goodness.
Be interesting to see where this one is in relation to Ricky's. Well, flew to it.
Just, Ricky can hit it a long way.
Yep. They both have good rounds going. Fowler's 4 under, Rahm's 3 under. Par in for sub 70 rounds, but just a lot of ground to try to make up. And Reed's 2 better than Fowler, 4 better than Rahm. Spieth in at 13 under. Let's go to 17.
Patrick Reed in the second cut. He has the trees in his line, but he's far enough back that he can get around them.
You're right, just a little.
172.
6 iron, will it carry? Wow, where's he gone?
Way over on the very left edge, about a yard off the green.
25 yards of putt.
So he tried to cut it around those trees and didn't get the fade.
Yeah, if he could have just somehow put it maybe 5 yards off the front right-hand side of the green, but I guess the way he's been putting and working things out, he just wants to get on the surface. Doesn't matter where he is.
Right would have been better, that's for sure, to that pin. But so hard to do from the right side of the fairway. Rory as well is much farther up. We'll just have a wedge.
Yes, go on.
You can see Patrick Reed's ball there on the corner of the bunker, way left.
Not an easy shot at all. See, even from here, Rory has to put a little bit of left to right spin on it to get it around the trees. .140. And that'll find its way down to where Ricky just was, the group before him. Just off the edge of the green.
Is that a little too soft?
Yeah, just not all 8 cylinders today, Rory.
No, it's kind of like he put his golf outfit on today and it just didn't fit, did it?
Bad drive at the first, scrambled to a par. Great second at the second. We thought he'd make eagle, and then he just couldn't get it going. Bogeyed the third.
But then he changed to a fade to try and fade it in, and they weren't coming back. He was aiming left and hitting it left, so, and the putting was similar.
Well, Patrick Reed's had to put up with the pressure and the feelings of trying to win the first major. And Rory, of course, trying to win the Grand Slam. Not many people have ever had to experience that sort of pressure. Only 5 have ever won it. As we go to 18.
Henrik Stenson knocked it in here tight for birdie. Get a share of 5th. Shooting 70 for the 3rd consecutive day. And now down in the fairway, Fowler and Rahm.
55 holes. That's our absolute minimum. Moving, playing closer to that normal off. Yeah. And we have all the way to 67 according to that number, but we're still getting slow power. Pretty much nothing up there right now. If there's anything, it's 2 to 230. Nice 5 off. Yeah, a nice solid 5 off. You can stay aggressive with 5 off right here. You with me on that? Yeah. I mean 60 shot? Yeah. Yeah. Where are you looking?
Fall a little bit of the feet. I like it. Basically the gap in the towers.
Perfect.
You go with that?
Yep. That's perfect.
So Joe helps him figure the wins and all. And with Reed where he is at 17, boy, get a little roar going here. It could be really interesting.
Well, it's very still. Not too sure how much this golf course is going to curve.
Give me a number.
They like it.
Good swing, right?
Made a good pass at it. Oh, wow. Outstanding.
There you go. That to get to 14 under.
A 9-iron just below the hole.
We've just seen Jordan Spieth's putt. There's no break in that.
17.
Well, it didn't seem to faze him. He's just stepped right up to the putter. 75 feet away.
It's
settled down.
Raced it.
Oh, hit the hole.
Jeepers.
What a putt from Patrick Reed. He has been a putting machine this week, Nick.
Half an inch left. That would have hit the flag and gone in. Wow.
He has putted so well this week. 22 birdies, 2 eagles. And it just sort of jammed against the flag and the lip of the hole, and it's rolled 5 feet beyond.
He's going to need it now with Ricky right there.
I think the luck this afternoon for him, or the one shot he'll look back on, was that ball staying on the bank at 13 when he came up short with a slight miss.
Yeah.
He'll remember that one. Up the hill, swings to the right, slow early. Yeah, Rory's been working on his putting the last month or so. He putted brilliantly at Arnold Palmer's tournament, but he's still not quite there, perhaps under the extreme pressure. Ricky coming up the last.
And he's one of the most popular players in the world. And there are thousands ringing the 18th that are going to try to help will this birdie putt into the hole. His family, his father. Got off to a slow start, Nick, but since the 8th hole, he's made 5 birdies and in close for a 6th over the last 11 holes.
This is one of his greatest qualities, just being patient, just hanging around. You're right, it didn't look, there's no fireworks at the beginning of the round, but there sure was in the second half.
Back to 17.
Patrick Reed with the putt of his life right here. He's won 5 times on tour, 24th in the world rankings. He's an Olympian. Can he become Masters champion? Well, it certainly looks like it. That was a big putt. Some comfort and some great guidance today from brother-in-law Kessler Corain on the bag with him. And he knows that was huge to be able to go to the last. Even if Ricky knocks it in for birdie, he goes there at 15 under. He's still, at worst, 1 in front. Well played, Patrick Reed.
Boy, did you see that look, Nick, on his face? That is something we have seen in the international competitions at the Ryder Cup and the President's Cup that have earned him the nickname because of his stellar play of Captain America. Head down, heading to the 18th tee. And now Fowler with a chance to trim it to 1.
Just don't give the hole away. Jordan's was a fraction too much outside the left. Ricky's a yard or 2 further around the corner. Should be straight.
Gonna reposition it. The markings by just a fraction.
Yeah.
Now, a chance here to reach 14 under. Dead center. Ricky Fowler. 67 today. 12 under over the weekend.
Do you think it might do wonders for the junior game for if Ricky Fowler wears a green jacket? So popular with the youngsters. There it is, the helicopter. That's all right. It's gonna stop short. That's fine.
Boy, what a putt by Fowler. This certainly didn't have the makings of a 67 for most of the day until he got to the 8th. Birdied that, birdied the 9th. Birdied 12 and 13 and 15 and 18.
2 completely different characters. Ricky just keeps everything inside and no fist pumps, not even a change of facial expressions.
And Rahm, meanwhile, this is not going to make any difference in his standing. He's 2 out of 3rd. That would have given him 68. So Rahm finishes 4th at 11 under. Let's start on Thursday. If we can only have that round back. 75. Had to the rest of the tournament trying to recover from that. Fowler with a closing birdie. Well, he applies the pressure, but Patrick Reed is a par away from the green jacket. There will be a rebroadcast of this amazing Sunday
action. Final round encore presentation, CBS Sports Network, tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Ricky and his father. But Patrick Reed has the tournament in his hands. He can just make 4.
He gets his motivation every day. Jimmy wears those earphones, earbuds, and he listens to Imagine Dragons, Radioactive, and one of the lines is, "I'm waking up, I feel it in my bones." But he can feel it right now.
I'm sure he's drawn some inspiration off of that. He's worn out the cover of that yardage book.
Yes. Carries his Ryder Cup umbrella. I think even his Ryder Cup waterproof trousers as well. He's a man who thrives on intensity.
Like that, just 85%? 80. 80. Where are you putting this?
That's right at the tower.
Let's go. Figure it out.
This way, huh?
Yep.
Again, Kessler, his caddy, his brother-in-law. 166.
Same line as Ricky, right edge of the tower. With his natural draw.
Oh,
it's
does it
fine. Just going to be a slippery 2-putt for the green jacket.
That is not an easy putt. And he thought it might come back down a little bit. But it stays just above the ridge line.
He's kind of stuck in a little gully. He's going to have to putt that out with a lot of break. Little like 3 or 4 feet to the left of the hole and then feed it down.
And now Rory.
Follow through just hasn't been the same. It's a little kind of I call it a scoopy finish. Well, hasn't trapped the golf ball how he normally does. So a tough day at the office and a big day in the learning curve of this game.
This being the 4th time that Rory came here with a chance to capture the Grand Slam. But it's Patrick Reed's moment now, walking up this 18th. And he must summon all the concentration, powers of concentration, skill and touch to 2-putt for the title. His wife Justine getting a hug from Matt Kuchar. Could become the 4th straight first-time major winner at Augusta. Following Spieth, Willett, and Garcia. His putting has been exceptional all week, Nick.
It really
but he's
has.
been today a couple of times. The birdie that went in at 3, the long range putt just a moment ago at 17 that hit the cup. I mean, he has not been bashful.
Well, that's his style. He's managed to stick to his same mode of playing. It's his same golfing DNA on the pressure for the very first time he's felt this intensity at a major.
McIlroy in a 4-way tie at the moment for 5th. And that's where he'll finish.
fact, maybe he will go ahead and finish.
Yeah, he will.
Phil Mickelson will be the next to go for the career Grand Slam at Shinnecock and the U.S. Open. Jordan will have a crack at his at the PGA Championship at Bellerive in August in St. Louis. So the 4th time since claiming the 3rd leg, the Open Championship, he's finished 4th, 10th, 7th, and 5th. Been in the neighborhood, but not able to get all the way there yet.
Most important part of this putt is the first 6-8 feet. If he spots that he's got to swing this well left, and then it will break sideways and then just down on the natural gravity line.
And what is the speed at the end of this putt?
Just, yeah, same story. Just
it can get away from you if you're not careful?
Just super quick. No, it actually comes back the other way. It's the start. It's more if he misses the first 6 feet, it will keep going to the right. But he's been the master of the greens this week.
Just a little tap. Just a little tap. And it's going to run out.
Oh. My goodness, he touched it.
Yes, he did.
Touched it for that.
Just barely able to breathe on it. And
well,
I mean, it's outside of 3 feet.
Yeah, breaks. Now this is exactly the same line as Jordan, and Jordan was seeing some break and it isn't there, so left half inside the hole.
Had a longer one than this at 17, and he walked up with nonchalance and gutted it.
Yeah, I've got great trust in his stroke, just need one more perfect read.
Will it be his life-changing moment? Yes, it will. Captain America captures Augusta.
As the Imagine Dragons would say, welcome to the new age, to the new age. Wow, what an incredible week. You've got to admire right from that first shot, Jim, when he ended up behind the tree at #1. What an incredible day's golf.
A round of 71 to win it. We still have never had, in the 82-year history, anyone shoot 4 rounds in the 60s. But he led from Friday on. And Team Reed celebrates.
Nice to at least make the last one make a minute.
That's Jimmy Dunn, who's been his partner 3 years at the Pebble Beach tournament. It's all different now, Nick.
You're right, Jim. That is a world game changer, life changer.
"27 years old, He had finished a runner-up at the last major held in August 8 months ago in Charlotte at the PGA. That had been his first career top 10. It had to mean something to him to be able to back that up the very next time out in a major with a win. He got in the arena at Quail Hollow. And today he closed it out. There's Ricky waiting for him and applauding him. How many times have we seen Ricky close in majors and always there to support and also salute the man who had beaten him? It's Reed the champion, 2018 at Augusta. A man with Augusta ties. He won 2 Division I national championships for Augusta State University, now known as Augusta University. 2 national titles for his school, and now a green jacket for the man himself. The green jacket presentation is coming up shortly. Moments ago, Jordan Spieth, who shot that 64, spoke with our Amanda Balionis.
Thanks. Jordan, you said last night that you thought this was going to be one of your few stress-free rounds here at Augusta National. What do you think now?
Well, the first few holes were stress-free until I hit it close and made birdie on 5 and thought, man, I've gotten through the tough stretch of golf here on 3, 4, 5 and 3 under. And then it was just trying to stay patient, let the golf course give what it can give on a Sunday. I know where these Sunday pins are, and fortunately just played the golf course exactly how it needed to be played.
How aware were you where you stood on that leaderboard as you walked to 18T, and what was going through your mind on that tee box?
Yeah, I wasn't at all. I didn't look at one board. The only time I knew where I stood was after I finished on 18. So, I knew the putt was important. I knew, that every shot was very important coming down the stretch because I knew I needed to get deeper and deeper because with that many guys ahead, somebody's going low. But I didn't know exactly what it was, and so obviously pretty gutted at the finish. I hit a tee shot that wasn't that bad. It just caught the last little branch of that tree. So obviously want to go back to that tee shot right now, but it was a phenomenal day.
What can you take from your performance today and overall this week?
I think I've proven to myself and to others that you never give up. I started the round 9 shots back, and I came out with the idea of just playing the golf course and have a lot of fun doing it, and just try and shoot a low round just to shoot a low round and finish the tournament strong, and then see what happens if something crazy happens. And I just hit really, really solid iron shots. I got over my 12th hole on Sunday water balls that I've been doing for 3 out of 4 years, and made a 2 there. So all in all, an extremely successful day. I certainly would have signed for it if you asked me at the beginning.
Absolutely. Well done. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate it.
And he joins the great Greg Norman as the only 2 players to shoot 2 rounds of 64 in Masters competition, as he adds up a card that will amount to 71 strokes and a victory. And now Amanda standing by with Ricky.
Thanks, Jim. Ricky, you began this day 5 off the lead. You put together another solid performance today. How would you assess this round?
I battled through the front 9 very well, to have a couple good par saves, and then to make the turn at 1 under after birdieing 8 and 9. I put myself in, at least in a position where I still had a chance. I didn't take myself out of the tournament. So very pleased with how Joe and I worked so well together this week, and committed to what our game plan was and what we were trying to do with each and every shot. So, gave it our all, left it all out there, and, made P. Reed earn it. The birdie at the last felt good. I thought I hit a perfect shot into 17. I was really trying to get those last 4, and the shot on 16 was a little left. I thought I flagged it on 17, was going to have a great look there, but came up a little short with a little bit more breeze up there than I thought. And like I said, nice to get the one at the last, just to keep him honest and to beat out Jordan for solo second.
There are a lot of years where your score would win this tournament. Is there anything you can learn from this week?
I mean, there's been a few majors where obviously I've played well enough where that score would have held up at another point, or if there wasn't one other guy. But that's golf. You have to beat everyone, and it's been fun to have the good performances in majors, especially in 2014 when we finished top 5 in all 4. Maybe this is a year where maybe we get all top 5s again, but it'd be nice to throw one trophy in there as well.
It's coming. It was really fun to watch. Great job this year. Back to you, Jim.
Well, Patrick Reed is heading toward Butler Cabin. We're all heading there, where Sergio Garcia will be presenting him the green jacket shortly. Patrick Reed able to hold off everyone and win the Masters. The Masters is sponsored by Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. AT&T. And by IBM. Let's put smart to work. We have a first-time major champion, American Patrick Reed, who resides in the Houston area. Went to college here in Augusta. His career, his life will never quite be the same. He's a Masters champion. His wife Justine just delivered on December 6th their second child, a little boy named Barrett, to join a little girl in the family named Windsor Wells, born a couple of years ago. And a new father will be presenting him the green jacket here shortly, Sergio. The 5th player to win his first Masters in his 5th start. And by the way, the last to do so was a guy named Jack Nicklaus in 1963. Well, this was at the 3rd hole. And Reed was 1 over at this point, and look at the speed of this as it hits the cup. His second shot at the 7th. Beautifully executed for birdie. But so often, the 12th hole plays a large part into the outcome of this tournament. And Reed knocked it in for a 2 at 12. How about the par save at 17? You could see the intensity starting to pick up at 17. At 18, he had to hold another one for par to win. Under par every day, 69, 66, 67, and today 71, holding off a whole brigade of challengers who threw the best they had at him, like Spieth, who shot 64, and Fowler, who got hot, starting at the 8th hole on his way to 67. Top 12 and ties earn the invitation to the 2019 Masters. Dustin Johnson, Tony Finau tied for 10th. Finau with a 6-hole birdie streak on the second 9 to move into that top 12. Rose, Oosthuizen, and Hoffman also inside the top 12 and ties. All week he made crucial putt after putt. He had a round on Friday in which he hit 12 greens and made 9 birdies. Well, Patrick is just making his way into the cabin. And as always, the emotion of winning the green jacket is hard to put into words, just looking back in the past.
I don't know what to say at the moment.
Having it be such a tough quest to finally win, it feels that much better.
Finally made a bunch of putts, and that was what was fun.
You know, I've never played an entire tournament with my A game, and this is pretty close.
It's the most nerve-wracking golf course in the world, isn't it? As simple as that.
It's been such a long time coming.
I can't tell you how fortunate I am to win this tournament.
I'm probably as happy as I've ever been in my life.
To win the Masters tournament is just an amazing feeling.
This is a dream come true for me.
I never got this far in my dreams to talk.
I'm so happy.
And we're here in the cabin for the time-honored tradition of the presentation of the green jacket with Augusta National Chairman Fred Ridley, and another amazing script, Fred, here at Augusta.
Jim, it was another exciting Sunday at Augusta at the Masters. I want to thank all of our patrons and fans all around the world, and I know they couldn't be more excited about what they saw today.
It was amazing to watch. We have Sergio Garcia to present the green jacket, last year's winner, who won and carried the jacket for this past year with great distinction. Patrick Reed, your new champion, and Doug Ghim, low amateur out of the University of Texas, and what a week it's been for him. Now, the amateur is such a vital part of the heritage of this tournament. You know that as well as anyone, as a past U.S. amateur winner and a 3-time participant in the Masters.
That's right, Jim. Amateurs have always held a special place at the Masters, dating back to Bobby Jones, our co-founder, who, of course, was the greatest amateur of all time. And we're just so happy we have another great amateur, Doug Ghim, as low amateur.
Well, Doug, what was this week like for you with your dad, Jeff, right there with you every step of the way as your caddy?
It was a dream come true. I've always dreamed as a little kid to be able to walk the fairways here and show them what it was like inside the ropes. And to be able to make the cut and to be sitting here is great.
And Doug, you had to think on Thursday, when you hold that second shot on 18, it was going to be a great week. And then you did it again today. What were you thinking?
It was incredible. I guess I just really don't want to putt on 18 green, but been fortunate to have some really cool highlights, and those 2 shots were definitely...
Well, we're very proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what are your plans now, Doug?
Go back to school as soon as I can, help my team to a national championship, just like Patrick Reed.
Yeah, twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations, Doug. And Patrick Reed is your 2018 Masters champion.
Congratulations, Patrick. What a great round of golf you played today in the face of some of the best challenges that we've ever seen here at Augusta National. We're all proud of you and offer our congratulations.
Thank you.
You know, it seemed today that every time you missed a putt, you birdied the next hole. That had to be a key to your round today.
It was. Yeah, I knew it was going to be tough. Anytime trying to just close off a golf tournament is really hard, but to close off your first major and to do it at a place that's so close to me, being it's where I went to college, and you know, I knew that the lead was going to shrink at sometimes. I knew the lead could grow. I mean, it's just the flows of golf. You just have to know how to handle it, and you know, the only way that I felt like I could get that done was to make sure the putter was working, and you know, it was tough out there, but you know, to be able to make that putt, I felt like on 14, and then to make the 2 putt on 17, it just kind of gave me that momentum going to 18, which in the past has given me so many issues. And to be able to have to par the last hole to win my first major, it definitely felt right.
And how about that par putt at 18?
I'm sitting there, I'm in between two clubs on the iron shot, and to hit it where I thought was going to be perfect and for it to stay on that ridge. I was watching Sergio the year before having putts from up there and just barely tapping them, and they just barely getting down, down to the hole. You see it carrying some speed. I knew there was no way to leave it short, and when I hit it, I kind of missed it. I kind of tried to hit it off the toe and barely tap it, and for it to go 3.5 feet by, and I was just happy I've actually hit that putt before, and I knew it was just a left center putt.
You realize life will never be the same again. You're a major champion, a Masters winner.
Yeah.
How do you put it into words?
Yeah, it's almost impossible to put into words. Just to make the putt on the last and watch the ball go in the hole and know that I won my first major, and to finally end the drought of not winning last year. It was one of my huge goals coming in this year, was to not only contend in majors but also win, get back on that winning circle, and to do it in the first major and to kind of finish off that drought. It just meant so much to me.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's that time, Chairman Ridley.
Sergio, you've been a great champion. Your pride in wearing the green jacket around the world gives all of us who have that same privilege pride as well. So we thank you so much for being a great champion.
Thank you, Fred.
And we would be honored if you would place the green jacket
I would love
on
to.
Patrick.
Patrick, well done.
Thanks,
Congrats.
man.
Awesome play, man. All righty.
Thanks, man.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Proud of you.
Well, there it is. Patrick Reed takes the Masters. He's always been fiery and passionate on the golf course. You've seen it so many times, helping lead the U.S. team in international competition, and he channeled all of that emotion and energy here at Augusta. And the dream has come true. He beats them all. He's wearing the green jacket, and he is the Masters champion 2018.